Chapter 1. 23 stories up, and all I could see out the windows was gray smog. They could call it the City of Angels if they wanted to, but if there were angels out there, they had to be flying blind. Los Angeles is a place where people, those with wings and without, come to hide. Hide from others, hide from themselves. I'd come to hide, and I'd succeeded. But staring out at the thick, dirty air, I wanted to go home. Home where the air was blue most of the time, and you didn't have to water the ground to get grass to grow. Home was Cahokia, Illinois, but I couldn't go back because they'd kill me if I did, my relatives and their allies. Everyone wants to grow up to be a fairy princess. Trust me, it's overrated. There was a knock on the office door. It opened before I could say anything. My boss, Jeremy Gray, stood framed in the doorway. He was a short gray man, 4 feet 11 inches, an inch shorter than me. He was gray from his dark Armani suit to his button-up shirt and silk tie. Only his shoes were black and shiny. Even his skin was a pale uniform gray. Not from illness or age. No, he was a tro in the prime of life, just a little over 400. There were some lines around his eyes, along the thin mouth, that made him appear mature. But he'd never be old. Without the aid of mortal blood and a pretty serious spell, Jeremy might live forever, theoretically. Scientists say that in about 5 billion years the sun will expand and engulf the earth. The Fae won't survive that. They will die. Does 5 billion years count as forever? I don't think so, though it's close enough to make the rest of us envious. I leaned my back against the windows in the thick hanging smog. The day was as gray as my boss, but his color was a cool, crisp gray, like clouds before a spring rain. What lay outside the window felt heavy and thick, like something you would try to swallow, but you'd never get it down. It was a day to choke on, or maybe it was just my mood. "You look gloomy, Mary," Jeremy said. "What's wrong?" He closed the door behind him, making sure it shut. Privacy. He was giving us privacy. Maybe it was for my benefit, but somehow I didn't think so. There was a tightness around his eyes, a set to his thin, well-tailored shoulders that said I wasn't the only one in a bad mood today. Maybe it was the weather, or the lack of it. A good rain shower, or even a good wind, would have cleared out the smog and let the city breathe again. "Homesick," I said. "What's wrong, Jeremy?" He gave a small smile. "Can't fool you, can I, Mary?" "No," I said. "Nice outfit," he said. I knew I looked hot when Jeremy complimented my clothes. He always looked impeccable, even in jeans and t-shirt, which he only wore if he absolutely had to be undercover. I'd seen Jeremy do a 3-minute mile in Gucci loafers once, chasing a suspect. Of course, it helped that his dexterity and speed were more than human. When I thought I might have to actually chase someone, a rare occasion, I got out the jogging shoes and left the high heels at home. Jeremy put into his eyes that look a man gives you when he's appreciating the view. It wasn't personal, but among the Fae, it's an insult to ignore someone who's obviously trying to be attractive, a slap in the face telling them that they'd failed. Apparently, I hadn't failed. I'd woken up to the smog and dressed brighter than normal to try and cheer myself up. Royal blue suit jacket, double-breasted, silver buttons, a matching blue pleated skirt that was so short it was only a fringe across my thighs underneath the jacket. The outfit was short enough that if I crossed my legs wrong, I'd flash the tops of my black thigh-highs. 2-inch patent leather high heels help show off the legs. When you're as short as I am, you've got to do something to make your legs look long. Most days, the heels were 3 inches. My hair was a deep, rich red in the reflections of the mirrors, a color more red than auburn, a color that had black highlights instead of the usual brown that most redheads had. It was as if someone had taken dark red rubies and spun them out into hair. It was a very popular color this year. Blood auburn it was called in the high court of the Fae royalty. Fairy red, she scarlet, if you went to a good salon. It was actually my natural color. Until it became popular this year and they finally got the shade right, I'd had to hide my true color. I'd gone for black because it looked more natural than human red with my skin tone. A lot of people getting the dye job made the mistake of thinking that she scarlet complements a natural redhead's coloring. It doesn't. It's the only true red color I know of that matches a pale, pure white skin tone. It's the red hair for someone who looks great in black, true reds, royal blues. The only things I still had to hide were the vibrant green and gold of my eyes and the luminosity of my skin. I used dark brown contacts for the eyes. My skin, that I had to tone down using glamour, magic, just a steady concentration like music in the back of my head to never let down my guard and start to glow. Humans don't actually glow, no matter how luminous they may be. No glowing, which was why the contacts covered my eyes. I also wove a spell around myself like a long familiar coat, an illusion that I was just a human with lesser fey blood in my background who had some psychic and mystical abilities that made me a really excellent detective, but nothing too special. Jeremy didn't know what I was. No one at the agency knew. I was one of the weakest members of the royal court, but being she means something even on the weak end of the scale. It meant that I had successfully hidden my true self, my true abilities, from a handful of the best magicians and psychics in the city, maybe in the country. No small feat, but the kind of glamour I was best at wouldn't keep a knife from finding my back or a spell from crushing my heart. For that I needed skills that I didn't have, and that was one of the reasons I was in hiding. I couldn't fight the she, not and live. The best I could do was hide. I trusted Jeremy and the others. They were my friends. What I didn't trust was what the she might do to them if I were discovered and my relatives found out my friends had known my secret. If they were truly ignorant, then the she would leave them alone and only hurt me. Ignorance was bliss on this one. Though I thought that some of my very good friends would see it as a type of betrayal. But if the choices were them alive, with all their body parts intact, but angry at me, or dead by torture, but not angry at me, I'd take angry. I could live with their anger. I wasn't sure I could live with their deaths. I know. Why not go to the Bureau of Human and Fey Affairs and get asylum? My relatives would probably kill me when they found me, but if I went public and aired our dirty laundry for the world media, they would most definitely kill me, and they'd kill me slower. So no police, no ambassadors, just the ultimate game of hide and seek. I smiled at Jeremy and gave him what I knew he wanted, the look that said that I appreciated the slender potential of his body under his perfect suit. To humans, it would have looked like flirting, but for the Fae, any Fae, it wasn't even close to flirting. Thanks, Jeremy, but you didn't come in here to compliment my clothes. He walked farther into the room, running manicured fingers along my desk edge. I've got 2 women in my office. They want to be clients, he said. Want to be? I said. He turned, leaning against the desk, arms crossed over his chest, mirroring my stance at the windows, either unconsciously or purposefully, though I didn't know why. We don't usually do divorce work, Jeremy said. I gave him wide eyes, pushing away from the windows. Day 1 lecture, Jeremy. The Grey Detective Agency never, ever does divorce work. I know, he said. He pushed away from the desk and came to stand beside me, staring out into the fog. He didn't look any happier than I felt. I leaned back against the glass so I could see his face better. Why are you breaking your cardinal rule, Jeremy? He shook his head without looking at me. Come meet them, Mary. I trust your judgment. If you say we stay out of it, we'll stay out of it. But I think you'll feel the same way I do. I touched his shoulder. And how are you feeling, boss, other than worried? I ran my hand down his arm, and it made him look at me. His eyes had gone dark charcoal gray with anger. Come meet them, Mary. If you're as angry afterward as I am, then we'll nail this bastard. I gripped his arm. Jeremy, relax. It's just a divorce case. What if I told you it was attempted murder? His voice was calm, matter-of-fact. It didn't match the intensity in his eyes, the vibrating tension in his arm. I moved back from him. Attempted murder? What are you talking about? The nastiest death spell that's ever walked into my office. The husband is trying to kill her? I made it a question. Someone is, and the wife says it's the husband. The mistress agrees with the wife. I blinked at him. Are you saying that the wife and the mistress are in your office? He nodded, and even through all the outrage, he smiled. I smiled back. Well, that's got to be a first. He took my hand. It might be a first, even if we did do divorce work, he said. His thumb rubbed back and forth over my knuckles. He was nervous, or he wouldn't be touching me this much. A way to reassure himself, like a touchstone. He raised my hand to his lips and planted a quick kiss on my knuckles. I think he'd noticed what he was doing, that his nerves were showing. He flashed me a white smile, the best caps money could buy, and turned toward the door. Answer one question first, Jeremy. He adjusted his suit, minute movements to tug it back into place as if it needed it. Ask away. Why are you scared of this? The smile faded until his face was solemn. I've got a bad feeling about this one, Mary. Prophecy isn't one of my gifts, but this one has a bad smell to it. Then pass it by. We aren't the cops. We do this for a very nice paycheck, not because we've sworn to serve and protect Jeremy. If after you meet them, you can honestly walk away from it, then we will. Why is my vote suddenly a presidential veto? The name on the door is Gray, not Gentry. Because Teresa's so empathic she couldn't turn anyone away. Rowan is too much the bleeding heart to turn tearful women away. He adjusted his dove-gray tie, fingers smoothing over the diamond stick-pin. The others are good for grunt work, but they aren't decision-makers. That leaves you. I met his eyes, trying to read past the anger, the worry, to what was really going on inside his head. You're not an empath, and you're not a bleeding heart, and you make dandy decisions, so why can't you make this one? Because if we turn them away, they won't have anywhere else to go. If they leave this office without our help, they're both dead. I stared at him, and finally understood. You know we should walk away from this one, but you can't bring yourself to pass judgment on them. You can't bring yourself to condemn them to death. He nodded. Yes. What makes you think that I can do it if you can't? I'm hoping one of us is sane enough not to be this stupid. I won't get you all killed for the sake of strangers, Jeremy, so be prepared to walk away from this one. Even to me, my voice sounded hard, cold. He smiled again. That's my little cold-hearted bitch. I shook my head and walked toward the door. It's one of the reasons you love me, Jeremy. You count on me not to flinch. I walked out into the hallway that led between offices, sure that I would turn these women away, certain that I would be the wall that kept us all safe from Jeremy's good intentions. Goddess knows, I'd been wrong before, but seldom as wrong as I was about to be. Chapter 2. I thought for some reason I'd be able to tell which of the two women was wife and which was mistress just by looking at them, but at first glance they were just two attractive women, casually dressed, like girlfriends out for a day of shopping and lunch. One woman was small, though a few inches taller than either Jeremy or myself, blonde hair cut just above the shoulders, with a careless curl to it that said it was natural and she hadn't done anything special to it this morning. She was pretty in a girl-next-door sort of way, with extraordinary blue eyes that took up most of her face. Her eyebrows arched thick and black, balancing out a lace of dark lashes that framed those eyes in a very dramatic fashion, though the dark brows made me speculate about how natural the blonde hair might be. She wore no makeup and still managed to be very pretty in an ethereal, very natural way. With makeup and a little effort, she'd have been a knockout. But it would have taken more than makeup and a better fit of clothes. She sat huddled in the client chair, shoulders hunched as if waiting for a blow to fall. Her lovely eyes blinked at me like the eyes of a deer caught in headlights, as if she were powerless to stop what was happening, and what was happening was bad. The other woman was tall, 5 feet 8 inches or better, slender, with long pale brown hair that swung straight and shining to her waist. At first glance, she seemed early 20-something. Then I met her eyes. and there was an intensity in their brown depths that made me add on 10 years. You just didn't get that look much before 30. Her look was more confident than the blonde's, but there was a flinching around her eyes, a tightness in her shoulders, as if something deep inside was hurting. There was also a delicacy of bone, as if what lay under the skin had been formed of daintier things than mere bone. There is only one thing that can give a tall, commanding person that look of daintiness. She was part she. Oh, it was a few generations back, nothing as intimate as my ties to the court, but somewhere a several times great-grandmother had lain down with something not human and walked away with a child. Fey blood of any kind marks a family, but she blood seems to stay in the genes forever, as if once in the mix, it never gets cleaned out. I was betting the blonde was the wife, and the other one the mistress. The blonde seemed the more beaten down of the two, which is usually the case with an abusive man. They may abuse all the women in their lives, but they'll usually save the best or worst for immediate family. My grandfather had always done it that way. I came into the room smiling, hand out to shake hands, like they were any other clients. Jeremy made the introductions. The small blonde was the wife, Frances Norton. The tall brown-haired one was the mistress, Naomi Phelps. Naomi's handshake was firm, hand cool to the touch, those extraordinary bones moving under her skin. I held her hand just a little too long, luxuriating in the feel of her touch. It was the closest thing I'd had to another she in 3 years. Even a touch of some other fae isn't the same. There is something in the royal bloodline that is like some drug. Once tasted, you miss it. She looked puzzled at me, and it was a very human puzzlement. I let her hand go and tried to pretend to be human. Some days I was better at it than this. Some days I was worse. I could have tried to get the measure of her physically, to see if she had more than bone structure going for her, but it was impolite to try and read another person's magical ability at first introduction. Among Mashi, it's considered an open challenge, an insult that you don't believe that the other person can shield himself from your most casual magic. Naomi probably wouldn't have taken it as an insult, but her ignorance was no excuse for me to be rude. Frances Norton held out her hand like she was afraid to be touched, the arm half bent so she could tuck it back into her body as soon as I was finished with it. I'd have given her the same polite treatment that I'd given the other woman, but with my fingers just above her skin, I could feel the spell, that small line of energy that surrounds all of us, her aura, pushed against my skin like it was trying to keep me from touching her. Someone else's magic was so thick in her body that it had filled her aura up like dirty water in a clean glass. In a way, the woman wasn't herself anymore. It wasn't possession, but it was a close cousin. It was certainly a violation of several human laws, all of them felonies. I forced my hand through that roil of energy, gripping her hand. The spell tried to surge through my skin up my arm. There was nothing to see with the eyes, but just as you can see things in your dreams, so I could sense a faint darkness trying to creep up my arm. I stopped it just below my elbow and had to concentrate on peeling it down my arm like stripping off a glove. It had breached my shields like they hadn't been there. Not many things can do that, none of them human. She was staring at me with wide, wide eyes. What are you doing? I'm not doing anything to you, Mrs. Norton. My voice sounded a little detached, distant, because I was concentrating on peeling the spell off of me so that when I let go of her hand, none of it would cling to me. She tried to take her hand back, and I wouldn't let her. She started to tug on it, weak but frantic. The other woman said, "Let Frances go now." I was almost free, almost ready to let her go, when the other woman gripped my shoulder. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I lost concentration on my hand, because I could sense Naomi Phelps now. The spell poured back over my hand and was halfway to my shoulder before I could concentrate enough to stop it. But all I could do was stop it. I couldn't push it back because too much of my attention was on the other woman. You never touch someone while they're working magic or doing psychic stuff unless you want something to happen. This more than anything told me that neither woman was a practitioner or an active psychic. No one with even minimal training would have done it. I could feel the remnants of some ritual clinging to Naomi's body. Something complex, something selfish. The thought that came unbidden to my mind was gluttony. Something had been feeding off of her energy, and it had left psychic scars behind. She jerked back from me, cradling her hand against her chest. She'd sensed my energy. So she had talent. Not a big surprise. What was surprising was that she was untrained, maybe totally untrained. Nowadays, they go into preschools and test people for psychic gifts, mystical talent. But it was a new program in the 60s. Naomi had managed not to be spotted, and now she was over 30 and still hadn't dealt with her abilities. Most untrained psychics are either crazy, criminals, or suicides by the time they're 30. She had to be a very strong person to be as together as she looked. But this very strong woman looked at me with tears trembling in her eyes. "We didn't come here to be abused." Jeremy had stepped closer to us, but was being careful not to touch any of us. He knew better. "No one is abusing you, Miss Phelps. The spell on Mrs. Norton tried to leech onto my colleague. Miss Gentry was merely trying to push the spell off of her when you touched her. You should never touch anyone when they're working magic, Miss Phelps. The results can be unpredictable." The woman looked from one to the other of us, and her face said clearly she didn't believe us. "Come on, Frances. We're getting the fuck out of here." "I can't," Frances said in a voice grown small and submissive. She was staring up at me, fear plain in her eyes, but it was fear of me. She felt the energy wrapped around our hands, pressing us together, but she thought I was doing it. "I swear to you, Mrs. Norton, I am not doing this. Whatever magic has been used against you, it thinks I'm tasty. I need to peel it off of me and let it flow back into you." "I want to get rid of it," she said, voice high with a faint edge of hysteria trailing around the edges. "If I don't pull it off of me, then whoever did this to you will be able to trace me. They'll be able to find me. They'll know that I work at a detective agency that specializes in supernatural problems, magical solutions." It was our slogan. "They'll know that you came here for help. I don't think you want that, Mrs. Norton." A fine trembling started in her hands and spread up her arms until she stood there shivering as if she were cold. Maybe she was, but it wasn't the kind of cold that an extra sweater could fix. No amount of outer warmth would cure the coldness inside. She'd have to be warmed from the damaged core of her soul out to her fingertips. Someone would have to pour power into her, magic into her, a little bit at a time, like thawing some ancient body found frozen in ice. If you thawed it too fast, you'd cause more damage than if you just left it alone. Such delicate use of power was beyond my abilities. All I could have done was give her a measure of calmness, taken some of her fear. But whoever laid the spell on her would sense that, too. They wouldn't be able to trace me by it, but they'd know she'd been to see a practitioner, someone who'd tried to help her on a psychic level. Call it a hunch, but whoever laid the spell wouldn't like that. They might do something rash, like speed up the process. I could feel the sucking energy of the spell, trying to breach my defenses, to feed on me, too. It was like magical cancer, but as easy to catch as the flu. How many people had she infected? How many people were walking around with this spell draining little bits of their energy? Someone who was only a little bit psychic might know something had happened, but not what. They'd avoid Frances Norton because she'd hurt them, but they might not realize for weeks, months, that the tiredness, the vague feelings of hopelessness, the depression, were being caused by a spell. I started to tell her what I was about to do, but staring into her wide eyes, I didn't bother. She'd just tense up, be more afraid. The best I could do was make it as invisible to her as possible. I would try to make sure she didn't feel it slide back inside her, but that was the best that I could do. The spell had grown thicker, blacker, more real, just from those few extra moments of sitting against my skin. I began to peel it down my arm. It clung like tar, and it took a lot more concentration to push it back rolling it back on itself like thick cloth. Every inch of my skin that I freed up felt lighter, cleaner. I could not imagine living totally encased in this thing. It would be like going through your entire life faintly oxygen-deprived, shoved in a dark room where the light never came. I had freed my arm, my hand, and began to slowly pull my fingers away from her hand. She stayed utterly still against my skin, like a rabbit hiding in the grass, hoping desperately that the fox will pass her by if only she can lie quiet enough. What I don't think Frances Norton realized yet was that she was halfway down the fox's throat, with her little legs kicking in the air. When I pulled my fingers away, the spell clung to them, and then fell back into place around her with an almost audible sound. I wiped my hand on my jacket. I was clear of the spell, but I had a terrible urge to wash my hand with very hot water and lots of soap. Ordinary water and soap wouldn't help, but some salt or holy water might. She collapsed into the chair, hiding her face in her hands, shoulders shaking. I thought at first she was crying without making any noise, but when Naomi hugged her, she raised a face devoid of tears. Frances was shaking, just shaking, as if she couldn't cry anymore, not because she didn't want to, but because all the tears had been drained out of her. She sat there while her husband's mistress hugged her, rocked her. She was shaking so badly her teeth began to chatter, but she never cried. It seemed worse somehow because she didn't cry. "Excuse us for a moment, ladies. We'll be right outside," I said. I looked at Jeremy and headed for the door, knowing he'd follow. In the hallway, he closed the door behind us. "I'm sorry, Mary. I shook her hand and nothing happened. The spell didn't react to me." I nodded. I believed him. "Maybe I just taste better." He grinned at me. "Well, I don't know from experience, but I'd almost bet on it." I smiled. "Physically, maybe, but mystically, you're as powerful in your own way as I am. Lord and Lady, you're a better magician than I'll ever be, yet it didn't react to you." He shook his head. "No, it didn't. Maybe you're right, Mary. Maybe it's too dangerous for you." I frowned at him. Now he gets cautious. He looked at me, fighting to make his face neutral. "Why do I get the feeling that you're not going to be the cold-hearted bitch I was hoping for?" I leaned against the far wall and glared at him. "This thing is so malignant that we'll be able to get some police help." "Bringing in the police won't save them. We don't have enough to prove it's the husband. If we can't prove it in court, he doesn't do jail time, and that means he'd be free to work more magic on them. We need him locked away in a warded cell where he can't harm them." "They'd need magical protection until he was in custody. This isn't just a detective job, it's a babysitting job." "Uther and Ringo are great babysitters," he said. "I guess." "Still not happy. Why?" "We should walk away from this one," I said. "But you can't do it," he said. He was smiling now. "No, I can't do it." There were lots of detective agencies in the United States that said they specialized in supernatural cases. It was big business, the preternatural, but most agencies couldn't back up their advertising. We could. We were one of only a handful of agencies that could boast a staff made up entirely of magic practitioners and psychics. We were also the only one that could boast that all but 2 employees were fae. There aren't that many full-blooded fae who can stand to live in a big, crowded city. L.A. was better than New York or Chicago, but it was still exhausting to be surrounded by so much metal, so much technology, so many humans. It didn't bother me. My human blood allowed me human tolerances for steel and glass prisons. Culturally and personally, I preferred the country, but I didn't have to have it. It was nice, but I didn't sicken and fade without it. Some fae would. I wish I could turn them away, Jeremy. "You've got a bad feeling about this one, too, don't you?" I nodded. "Yeah. But if I cast them out, I'd see her trembling, tearless face in my dreams. For all I knew, they might come back to haunt me after whoever was killing them finished the job. They could come back as righteous ghosts and bemoan me for having knowingly taken their last chance at survival away. People always think ghosts haunt the people who actually killed them, but that's just not true. Ghosts seem to have an interesting sense of justice, and it would be just my luck to have them following me around until I could find someone to lay them. If they could be laid. Sometimes spirits were tougher than that. Then you could end up with a family ghost like a banshee howling at every death. I doubted either woman had that kind of strength of character, but it would have served me right if they had. It was my own sense of guilt that made me walk back into that office, not fear of ghostly reprisals. Some people say that the Fae have no souls, no sense of personal responsibility. For some that's true, but it wasn't true for Jeremy, and it wasn't true for me. More's the pity sometimes. More's the pity. Chapter 3. Naomi Phelps did most of the talking while Frances sat there and shivered. Our secretary got her hot coffee and an Afghan. Her hand shook so badly that she spilled coffee on the Afghan, but she got some of it down. Whether it was the warmth or the caffeine, she looked a little better. Jeremy had called Teresa in to listen to the women. Teresa was our resident psychic. She was 2 inches shy of 6 feet, slender with high sculpted cheekbones, long silky black hair, skin the color of pale coffee. The first time I'd seen her, I'd known she had she blood in her, along with African American, and something Fae that hadn't been high court. The last was what gave her the slight points to the tops of her ears. A lot of fairy wannabes get cartilage implants to make their ears pointy. They grow their hair down to their ankles and try to pretend to be she. But no pure-blooded she has ever had pointed ears. It's a mark of mixed blood, less than pure. But some bits of folklore die harder than others. To a vast majority of people, if you were truly she, you had to have pointed ears. Teresa had that same delicacy of bone that Naomi did, but I'd never been tempted to hold Teresa's hand. She was one of the most powerful touch clairvoyants that I'd ever met. I spent a goodly amount of energy making sure she didn't touch me for fear that she'd learn my secrets and endanger us all. She sat in a chair to one side, dark eyes watching the 2 women. She hadn't offered to shake their hands. In fact, she'd walked wide around them so that she didn't accidentally touch either of them. Her face betrayed nothing, but she'd felt the spell, the danger, when she walked into the room. "I don't know how many mistresses he's had," Naomi was saying. "A dozen, 2 dozen, hundreds." She shrugged. "All I know for sure is that I'm the latest in a long line of them." "Mrs. Norton?" Jeremy said. Frances turned her eyes up to him, startled, as if she hadn't expected to be asked to contribute to the story. "Do you have any proof of all these women?" She swallowed and said in a voice that was almost a whisper, "Polaroids. He keeps Polaroids." She stared down into her lap, murmuring, "He calls them his trophies." I had to ask, "Did he show these pictures to you, or did you find them?" She looked up, and her eyes were empty. No anger, no shame. Empty. "He showed them to me. He likes to tell me about what he's done with them, what each one is good at, better at than me." I opened my mouth, closed it, because I couldn't think of a single helpful thing to say. I was outraged for her sake, but it was Frances Norton that needed to be angry on behalf of Frances Norton. My anger might help us solve the immediate problem, but it wouldn't make her strong again. If we could take the husband out of the picture, that wouldn't heal all the damage he'd done. There was a lot more wrong with Frances than just a spell. Naomi touched her arm, comforting her. "That's how she met me. She saw my picture, and then we just ran into each other one day. I caught her staring at me in a restaurant. He had woken her when he got home and told her what he'd done to me." It was Naomi's turn to look down into her lap, her hands lying upright and empty against her legs. "I had bruises showing." She looked up, met my eyes. "Frances came over to my table. She rolled back her sleeve and showed me her bruises. Then she just said, 'I'm his wife.' And that was how we met." She gave a shy smile at the last, the sort of smile you give when you've explained how you met your lover, a tender story to be related to others. I gave her blank eyes, but I wondered if the bond between them was more than just the abuse and the husband. If they were lovers, it could change how the healing was done. So often in mystical things, the emotions have to be taken into account. Because love and hate have different energies, you work with them differently. We'd need to know exactly what the bond between the two women was before serious healing work was begun, but not today. Today, we'd listen to what they wanted to tell us. "That was very brave of you," Teresa said. Her voice, like everything about her, was somehow soft and feminine, with an underlying strength, like steel covered by silk. I'd always thought Teresa, though she'd never traveled farther south than Mexico, would have made an excellent Southern belle. Frances's eyes flicked to her, then back to her lap, then up, and her mouth moved. It was almost a smile. That one small movement made me feel better about the woman. If she could begin to smile, begin to take pride in what strength she'd shown, then maybe she would be all right with time. Naomi squeezed her arm and gave her a smile of pride and affection. Again, I got the impression that they were very close. "It was my salvation. From the moment that I met Frances, I started trying to break away from him. I don't know how I allowed him to hurt me. I'm not like that. I mean, I've never, ever let a man abuse me." Her face showed the shame she felt, as if she should have saved herself. Frances put her hand over the other woman's hand, giving comfort as well as getting it. Naomi smiled at her, then turned puzzled eyes to us. "He's like a drug. Once he's touched you, you crave his touch. Not just him either. It's like he wakens you sexually until your body aches to be touched." She looked down again. "I've never been so sexually aware of other people. It was embarrassing and exciting at first. Then he started to hurt me. At first it was just little things, tying me up, then spanking." She made herself look up, forced herself to meet our eyes. Such anger, as if defying us to think the worst of her. There was a great deal of strength here. How had this man tamed her? "He made the pain part of the pleasure, but then he started doing worse things. Things that just hurt. I tried to get him to stop the kinky stuff, and that's when he started beating me for real. No pretending that it was part of sex." Her mouth trembled, eyes still defiant. "But beating me did excite him. The fact that it didn't excite me, that it scared me. He liked that, too." "Rape fantasies," I said. She nodded, her eyes wide as she tried to keep the tears glistening in her eyes from falling. She held herself very still, trying to hold it all inside. "Not just fantasies at the end." "He likes to take you by force." This from the wife. I looked at both of them and fought the urge to shake my head. I'd spent the years from 16 to 30 in the Unseelie Court, the years of my sexual awakening, so I knew about combining pleasure with pain. But the pain was shared, and it was never done against anyone's will. If the other person didn't think pain was pleasurable, it wasn't sex. It was torture. There is a vast difference between torture and a little hard sex. But for sexual sadists, there is no difference. In the extreme forms, they are incapable of sex without the violence, or at least the terror of their victim. But most sadists are capable of more normal sex. They can use that to fool you. But in the end, they can't keep up a normal relationship. In the end, what they truly desire must come out, and they must have it. How was I such an expert? Like I said, I spent my sexual awakening years at the Unseelie Court. Don't get me wrong, the Seelie Court has its own brand of unusual activities, but they do share the more mainstream human view of dominance and submission. The Unseelie Court is much more welcoming of such things, or maybe just more open about it. It could also be that the Queen of Air and Darkness, my aunt, the overall ruler of the court for the last 1,000 years, give or take a century, is very into dominance and borders on being a sexual sadist. She has shaped the court in her image, as my uncle, the King of Light and Illusion of the Seelie Court, has shaped his court in his image. Strangely, you can scheme and lie more easily in the Seelie Court. They're into illusion. If everything looks good on the outside, then it must be good. The unseelie cord is more honest, most of the time. Teresa said, "Naomi, was this your first abusive relationship?" The woman nodded. "I still don't understand how I let it get so bad." I looked at Teresa, and she gave a very small nod. It meant that she'd listened to the answer and that the woman was telling the truth. Like I said, Teresa is one of the most powerful psychics in the country. It's not just her hands you have to watch out for. Most of the time, she can tell if you're lying or not. I've had to be very careful around her these 3 years we've worked together. "How did you meet him?" I asked. I didn't use his name or say Mr. Norton because both women had been very careful to say only him or he, as if there was no other man, and you would know whom they were talking about. We did. I answered a personal ad. "What did the ad say?" I asked. She shrugged. "The usual stuff, except for the end. At the end of the ad it said he was looking for a magical relationship. I don't know what it was about the ad, but after I read it, I had to meet him." "A compulsion spell," Jeremy said. She looked at him. "What?" "If you're powerful enough, you can put a spell on an ad so that the ad brings to you what you truly desire, not necessarily what the ad says you want. It's the way I ran the ad that Ms. Gentry answered. Only people with magical ability would have noticed the spell on the ad, and only people with exceptional gifts would have been able to see through to the true writing underneath. The true writing listed a different phone number than the ad. I knew that anyone who called that number was capable of the job." "I didn't know you could do that with a newspaper," Naomi said. "I mean, it's printed, and he couldn't have touched every paper." Just by knowing that not touching the paper physically made the spell harder to cast meant Naomi knew more about magic theory than I thought she did. But she was right. You have to be powerful enough that the ad, the words that you read into it, carry the spell. It is very difficult, and that he was capable of it lets us know the kind of skill we'll be up against." "So the ad called me to him?" she asked. "Maybe not you specifically," Jeremy said, "but something about you was exactly what he wanted or needed." "Most of the women look fey," Frances said. We all looked at her. She blinked at us. "Pointed ears. One woman had these cat-green eyes that seemed to glow out of the picture. Skin colors that no human has, like green, blue. 3 of them had more parts than a human would have, but not like it was a deformity, like it was just part of the way they looked." I was impressed that she'd noticed and put it together in her head. If we could save her, get her away from him, she'd make it. "What did he say about Naomi?" "That she was part she. He really got off on that. If the women were part she, he called them his royal whores." "Why fey women?" Jeremy asked. "He never said," Frances answered. "I think it had something to do with the ritual," Naomi said. We all turned to her. Jeremy and I asked in unison, "What ritual?" "The first night he took me to the apartment he's rented. The bedroom has mirrored walls and this huge circular bed. The floor was this beautiful gleaming wood with a Persian carpet under the bed. Everything seemed to glow. When I climbed up on the bed, I felt something, like I'd walked through a ghost. I didn't know what it was that first night, but one night I slipped on the rug and underneath was a double circle set into the wood of the floor with symbols in a band around the circle. I realized the bed was the center of the circle. I didn't recognize the symbols, but I knew enough to know it was a circle of power, a place to work magic." "Did he ever do anything in the bed that seemed like ritual magic?" I asked. "Nothing that I recognized. We just had sex, lots of it." "Was there anything that was the same every time?" Jeremy asked. She shook her head no. "Was the sex always in this apartment?" Jeremy asked. "No. Sometimes we met at a hotel." That surprised me. Is there anything he does in the apartment inside the circle that he doesn't do anywhere else? She blushed bright red. It's the only place he brings other men. Other men to have sex with him? I asked. She shook her head. No, with me. She looked up at us, as if waiting for the cry of horror, or maybe whore. Whatever she saw reassured her. We all knew how to give good blank face when we needed it. Besides, a little group sex seemed tame after knowing that he showed pictures of his lovers to his wife, with details. That was a new one. Group sex had been around a lot longer than Polaroids. Was it always the same men? Jeremy asked. She shook her head. No, but they knew each other. I mean, it wasn't like he brought in strangers off the street. She sounded defensive, as if that would have been so much worse, and it wasn't as bad as all that. Were there any repeats? Jeremy asked. There were 3 men that I saw more than once. Do you know their names? Just their first names, Liam, Donald, and Brendan. She seemed very sure of the names. How many times did you see these 3 men? She wouldn't meet our eyes. I don't know. Many times. 5 times? Jeremy asked. 6? 26? She looked up startled. Not 20 times, not that many. Then how many? He asked. Maybe 8, maybe 10, but no more than that. It seemed important to her that it hadn't been more than 10. Was that the magical cutoff? More than 10 times and you were worse than just 8? And the group sex, how many times for that? She blushed again. Why do you need to know? You called it a ritual, not us, Jeremy said. So far, there doesn't seem much ritual to it, but numbers can have mystical significance. The number of men inside the circle, the number of times you were inside the circle with more than one man. Believe me, Ms. Phelps, this is not how I get my jollies. She looked down again. I didn't mean to imply. Yes, you did, Jeremy said, but I understand why you'd be suspicious of any male, human or not. I saw the idea float over his face. Were all the men human? Donald and Liam both had pointed ears, but other than that, they all seemed human. Were Donald and Liam circumcised? I asked. Her voice came out in a hurried rush, color high in her cheeks again. Why do you need to know that? Because a real male fae would be hundreds of years old, and I've never heard of a Jewish fae, so if they were fae, they wouldn't be circumcised. She met my eyes. Oh, she said. Then she thought about the original question. Liam was, but Donald wasn't. What did Donald look like? Tall, muscular, like a weightlifter, blonde hair to his waist. Was he pretty? I asked. She had to think about that one, too. Handsome, not pretty. Handsome. What color were his eyes? I don't remember. If they'd been one of the more colorful shades of eyes that the fae are capable of, she'd have remembered. Except for the pointed ears, he could have been any of a dozen men at the Seeley Court. There were only 3 blonde men at the un-Seeley Court, and none of my 3 uncles lifted weights. They had to be more careful of their hands than that for fear they'd rip the surgical gloves they always wore. The gloves kept the poison that their hands naturally produced from rubbing off on anyone else. They'd been born cursed. Would you recognize this Donald if you saw him again? Yes. Was there anything the same about all the men? Jeremy asked. They all had long hair like he has, shoulder length or longer. Long hair, possible cartilage implants in the ears, Celtic names. Sounded like fairy wannabes to me. I'd never heard of a sex cult of fairy wannabes, but you should never underestimate people's ability to corrupt an ideal. Good, Miss Phelps, Jeremy said. How about tattoos, symbols written on their bodies, a piece of jewelry that they all wore? No to all of it. Did you meet only at night? No, sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes at night. No special time of the month, not close to a holiday? Jeremy asked. She frowned at him. I've been seeing him only a little over 2 months. There haven't been any holidays, but no special time. Did you have sex with him or others a certain number of times a week? She had to think about that one, but finally shook her head. It varied.
Did they chant or sing? Jeremy asked.
No, she said. It didn't sound like much of a ritual to me. Why did you use the term ritual, Miss Phelps? Why didn't you say spell?
I don't know.
You do know, I said. You're not a practitioner. I don't think you'd use the term ritual without a reason. Just think for a minute. Why that word? She thought about it, eyes staring into space, seeing nothing, tiny frown lines between her eyebrows. She blinked and looked at me. I heard him talking on the phone one night. She looked down, then up, defiant again, and I knew she didn't like what she was about to say. He'd tied me to the bed, but he'd left the door open a little. I could hear him talking. He said, "The ritual will be good tonight." Then his voice dropped too low for me to hear. Then he said, "The untrained ones give it up so easily." She looked at me. I wasn't a virgin when we met. I was experienced. Before him, I thought I was good in bed.
What makes you think you're not? I asked.
He told me that I wasn't good enough at straight sex to satisfy him, that he needed the abuse to spice it up so he wouldn't be bored. She tried to stay defiant and failed. The hurt showed in her eyes.
Were you in love with him?
I tried to make the question gentle. What difference does that make? Frances took her hand, held it in her lap.
It's all right, Naomi. They're going to help us.
I don't see what love has to do with any of this, she said.
If you love him, then it will be harder to free you of his influence, that's all, I said.
She didn't seem to notice that I'd changed loved to love. She answered the question. I thought I loved him.
Do you still love him?
I hated having to ask, but we needed to know. She gripped the other woman's small hand in both of hers, knuckles whitening with the strength of her grip. The tears finally slid down her face. I don't love him, but... She had to take a few deep breaths before she could finish. But if I see him, and he asks for sex, I can't seem to say no. Even when it's awful and he hurts me, the actual sex is still better than anything I've ever felt before. I can say no over the phone, but if he shows up, I let him... I fight if he's beating me, but if it's during sex, it gets all confused. Frances stood, moving behind the other woman's chair, spreading the Afghan over both of them while she hugged her from behind. She made soothing noises, kissing the top of her head like you do with a child. Have you been hiding from him? I asked. She nodded. I have, but Frances, he can find her no matter where she is. He follows the spell, I said. Both women nodded as if they'd figured that much out for themselves. But I've hidden from him. I've moved out of my apartment.
I'm surprised he didn't hunt for you, I said.
The building is warded, she said. I widened eyes at that. For a building to be warded, not just an apartment but the entire building, meant that the protective spells had to be put into the foundation of the building. The wards had to be poured with the concrete, riveted into place with the steel beams. It took a coven of witches, or several covens. No single practitioner could do it. It was not a cheap process. Only the most expensive high-rises or homes could boast of it.
What do you do for a living, Miss Phelps?
Jeremy asked, because I think that he, like me, had actually not expected the two women to be able to meet our fee. We had enough money in the bank under the agency's account and in our own account so we could do charity work from time to time. We didn't make a habit of it, but some cases you don't do for money but because you simply can't say no. We both thought this was going to be one of those. I've got a trust fund that matured last year. I have access to all of it now. Trust me, Mr. Gray. I can pay your fee.
That's very good to know, Miss Phelps, but truthfully I wasn't worried about it. Don't spread it around, but if someone's in deep enough trouble, we don't turn them away because they can't meet our fees.
She blushed. I didn't mean to imply that you were... I'm sorry. She bit her lip.
Naomi didn't mean to insult you, Frances said.
She's been rich all her life, and a lot of people have tried to take advantage of that.
No offense taken, Jeremy said,
though I knew that there probably was some offense taken, but he was a very businesslike businessman.
You didn't get mad at a client, not if you were taking the case, or at least not until they'd done something really awful. Teresa asked, "Has he ever tried to get your money?" Naomi looked at her, and you could see the surprise on her face. "No, no." "Does he know you have it?" I asked. "Yes, he knew, but he never let me pay for anything. He said he was old-fashioned that way. He didn't care about money at all. It was one of the things I liked about him at first." "So he's not after money," I said. "He's not interested in money," Frances said. I met those big blue eyes, and they didn't look scared now. She was still standing behind Naomi, still comforting her, and she seemed to gain strength from that. "What is he interested in?" I asked. "Power," she said. I nodded. She was right. Abuse is always about power in one way or another. When he said the untrained ones give it up so easily, I don't think he was talking about your sexual prowess. Naomi was holding on to Frances's hands, pressing them to her shoulders. "Then what did he mean?" "You're untrained in the mystic arts." She frowned at me. "Then what was it that I gave up so easily if it wasn't sex?" Frances answered, "Power." "Yes, Mrs. Norton, power." Naomi frowned at all of us. "What do you mean, power? I don't have any power." "Your magic, Miss Phelps. He's been taking your magic." She looked even more astonished, mouth open and a little O of surprise. "I don't know any magic. I get feelings sometimes about things, but that's not magic." And that, of course, was why he'd been able to do it. I wondered if all the women were untrained mystics. If they were untrained, then we were going to have trouble infiltrating his little world. But if all they had to be was part fae and magically talented, well, I'd done decoy work before. Chapter 4. 3 days later, I was standing in the middle of Jeremy's office wearing nothing but a black lace push-up bra, matching panties, and black thigh-highs. A man I'd never met was fishing down the front of the bra. Normally, I have to be planning to sleep with a man before I let him fondle my breast, but it was nothing personal, just business. Maury Klein was a sound expert, and he was trying to fit a tiny wire with a tiny microphone under my right breast where the underwire of the bra would keep Alistair Norton from feeling it if he brushed his hand across my ribs or breast. He'd been fiddling with the wire for about 30 minutes, 15 of that trying to find the best place to hide the wire in my cleavage. He was kneeling in front of me, the tip of his tongue bitten between his teeth, eyes behind the wire-frame glasses staring fixedly at his hands. One plunged almost out of sight inside the cup of the bra, the other holding the material of the bra away from my breast so he could work better. By pulling the bra out, he'd exposed my nipple and most of the rest of my right breast to the room. If Maury hadn't been so obviously oblivious to both my charms and our audience, I'd have accused him of taking so long because he was enjoying himself. But he had that inner stare that said he wasn't really aware of what he was doing, except for the job part. I understood why he'd had complaints from female undercover people before. The complaints had been why he insisted on not doing all this in private. He wanted witnesses that he hadn't overstepped the bounds, though frankly, if all the witnesses had been human, they might have been on my side anyway. He'd poked, lifted, and otherwise manhandled my chest as if it weren't attached to anyone. What he was doing was very intimate, but he didn't mean it to be. He was the proverbial nerd, or maybe the absent-minded professor. He had only one love, and that was his hidden mics, hidden cameras. In Los Angeles, if you wanted the best, you went to Maury Klein. He put in security systems for Hollywood stars, but his true passion was undercover work. How to get the equipment even smaller, better concealed. He'd actually at one point suggested that the wire might be best hidden inside my body. I'm not shy, but I vetoed that idea. Maury had shaken his head and muttered, "Don't know how the sound quality would hold up, but I wish someone would let me try it." He did have an assistant, Red Keeper, and probably emergency diplomat. Chris, if he had a last name, I'd never heard it, had cautioned Maury not to be so rough or so indelicate.
He'd hovered until I assured him I was fine. Now he stayed near Maury like a surgical nurse ready to hand him whatever esoteric piece of equipment he needed. Jeremy sat behind his desk, watching the show, fingers steepled, an amused smile on his face. He'd shown polite heat in his eyes when I first took my dress off and stripped to the lingerie, but after that he'd just tried to keep from laughing at Maury Klein's total lack of heat. Jeremy had complimented me on the amazing contrast between the perfect white of my skin and the blackness of the lingerie. You're always supposed to say something nice the first time you see someone in a state of undress. Rowan Finn was sitting on the corner of Jeremy's desk, feet kicking in the air in a soft, unconscious movement, as he, too, enjoyed the show. He didn't have to compliment me. He'd seen me naked last night and many nights before that. His eyes are the first things you notice about him, huge, liquid brown orbs that dominate his face like the moon dominates the night sky. Then it's a toss-up whether you notice his dark auburn hair and the way it clings to his face, rolls down the back of his collar, or his lips, which are a perfect red-tinged pouting bow. You'd think he used lipstick to get the color, but he doesn't. It's all natural. His skin looks white, but it isn't really, or not pure white. It's as if someone took my own pale complexion and added a drop of the red-brown of his hair. When he wears brown or other autumn colors, his skin seems to darken. He was my height exactly, and it made him appear delicate at first glance, but the body that showed under the black clothing he'd donned for tonight looked firm and muscular. I knew for a fact that he wasn't just strong, he was limber. I also knew that there were burn scars along his back and shoulders, like white calluses on the smooth silk of his body. The scars had been caused when a fisherman burned his sealskin. Rowan was a Rowan, one of the seal people. Once he'd been able to don his sealskin and become a seal, then slip the skin and be human, or rather human form. Then a fisherman had found his skin and burned it. The skin was not just a magical device for shape-shifting. It wasn't even just part of Rowan. The skin was as much him as his eyes or his hair. Rowan is the only seal person I've ever heard of that survived the destruction of his other self. He survived, but he could never again change form. He was doomed to be forever land-bound, forever denied the other half of his world. Sometimes at night I'd find the bed empty. If we were at my apartment, he'd be gazing out the window at nothing. If we were at his place, he'd be looking out at the ocean or vanishing into the waves as I watched from the balcony. He never woke me and asked me to join him. It was his private pain, not to be shared. I guess it was fair because in the 2 years we'd been lovers, I'd never dropped my glamour completely. He'd never seen the dueling scars. The injuries would have marked me as someone intimate with the she. I might have been hopeless at offensive spells, but there were few better at personal glamour in all the courts than me. It helped me hide, but not much else. Rowan couldn't breach my shields, but he knew they were there. He knew that even in that moment of release, I held back. If he'd been human, he would have asked why. But he wasn't human, and he didn't ask, just like I never questioned him about the call of the waves. A human wouldn't have been able not to pry, but a human lover also wouldn't have been able to sit calmly while another man fiddled with my breasts. There was no jealousy in Rowan. He knew this meant nothing to me, so it meant nothing to him. The only other woman in the room was Detective Lucinda, call me Lucy, Tate. We'd worked with her on several cases where the perpetrator wasn't human and their decoys were getting bewitched, bewildered, or killed. In fact, having Jeremy and the rest of us as temporary police had been the first time the Magical Dispensation Act had been stretched to include police work. But we'd all met the criteria of having magical abilities that made us ideal for the job, which meant they could waive all training that a non-magic cop would have needed and just put us straight on the job. Sort of like emergency deputies. The Magical Dispensation Act is how I got to be a detective fresh off the bus, so to speak, with none of the hours and hours of training that you normally need to get your license in California. Detective Tate leaned against the wall, shaking her head. Jesus, Klein, no wonder you've got sexual harassment complaints against you. Maury blinked as if having to draw his attention back from a long way off. It was the way people looked at the end of a powerful spell, like they were just waking and the dream hadn't finished yet. You couldn't fault Maury's powers of concentration. He finally turned to the detective, hand still in my bra.
I don't know what you mean, Detective Tate.
I looked at her over Maury's kneeling head. He really doesn't, I said. She smiled at me.
Sorry about the manhandling, Mary. If he wasn't the best at what he did, nobody would tolerate him. We don't use sound equipment and hidden cameras much, Jeremy said, but when we do, I like to pay for the best.
Tate looked at him.
The department certainly couldn't afford him.
Maury spoke without turning his attention from my chest.
I've done free work for the police in the past, Detective Tate.
And we really appreciate that, Mr. Klein. The look on her face didn't quite match the words, a more mischievous twinkle in the eye and cynicism in the face. Cynicism seemed to be an occupational hazard. The mischievous twinkle was pure Lucy Tate. She always seemed to be laughing softly at everything. I was pretty sure it was a defense mechanism to keep the real her hidden, but I still hadn't figured out what she was hiding from. None of my business, but I will admit to a certain amount of very unfay-like curiosity about Detective Lucy Tate. It was the very perfection of her camouflage, the fact that you never saw beyond that faintly amused shield, that made me want to breach it. I could see Rowan's pain, so I could leave it alone, but I could see nothing in Lucy, and neither could Teresa, which meant, of course, that Detective Tate was a psychic of considerable power. But something had happened at an early age that made her hide her powers so far under that even she didn't know she had them. None of us had explained this to her. Detective Tate's life seemed to work well. She seemed happy. If she tore the scar open that had forced her powers underground, that could all change. It might be something traumatic enough that she'd never rebuild from it. So we left her alone. But we wondered about her, and sometimes it was harder than it should have been not to poke at her with magic or psychic feints, just to see what would happen. Maury leaned back, hands to himself at last.
There, I think that'll do. I'll put just a touch of tape to make sure it doesn't shift, and you're set.
Chris handed him some small bits of tape on his hand all ready to go, anticipating the need. Maury took the tape without comment.
You've seen what I had to do to put the mic in. Well, this guy will have to do the same thing to find it.
He actually had me hold the bra out so he could tape with both hands. It was the kindest thing he'd done in the last 45 minutes. He stood and moved back.
Fix the bra the way you'd normally wear it.
I frowned at him. This is the way I normally wear it. He made a small motion with his hands at about chest level.
You know, fluff that one so it matches the other one.
Fluff, I said, but I smiled because I finally understood what he meant. He sighed and moved forward.
I'll show you.
I held out a hand. I don't need help. I bent over and shook my right breast into the cup of the bra, having to use my hand to get everything into place. The bra was push-up enough that my already nice chest looked positively obscene, but when I ran my hand over the area where I should have felt the mic, all I could feel was the underwire and material.
It's perfect, Maury said. You can strip down to this. Just keep your bra on. He'll never know.
He cocked his head to one side, as if he'd just thought of something.
I've taped the mic to the bra, so if you have to, you can take it off. Just leave it within a 5-foot radius. Closer is better. If I make the mic more sensitive, we'd start picking up your heartbeat and the cloth moving. I can filter it out, but it's easier to do after the tape's made than before. I'm assuming you want to be able to hear tonight in case your bad guy gets out of hand.
Yes, Jeremy said.
It'd be nice to know if Mary needs help.
The sarcasm was too mild for Maury.
We might have been able to tape the mic to the elastic top of the hose, but I couldn't swear that the hose wouldn't roll down and flash the mic. If you take the bra off, make sure and roll the cloth so the mic doesn't show.
I don't plan on taking it off, Maury shrugged.
Just wanting to give you all the options I can.
I appreciate that, Maury, I said. Maury nodded. Chris was already picking up the bits and pieces that had gotten scattered on the floor. Rowan jumped down from the desk, lifting my folded dress from the top of it. He held the square of black cloth out to me. I'd had to buy a black dress on the advice that it was easier to hide things in black than in lighter colors. I never wore unrelieved black if I could help it, even though it was a color that looked good on me. It was the color favored by the unseelie court, because it was their queen's favorite color to wear. Rowan let the silk dress unfold from his hands, holding it by the shoulders. Then he began very slowly, very deliberately, to roll the dress up in his hands, watching my face the entire time he did it. When the dress was just a thin black fringe hanging from his small, strong hands, he knelt in front of me, holding the dress open so I could step into it. I placed my hand on his shoulder for balance and stepped into the circle of cloth. Rowan began to let the dress slide from his hands, raising his hands at the same time so the dress fell around me like a theater curtain coming down. When his arms were raised as far as they'd go, kneeling, the dress was to my waist. He stood, hands resting lightly on my hips. The movement put him kissably close. His eyes were exactly at the same level as mine. There was an intimacy to the eye contact that I'd never had with anyone else. I'd never been with anyone as short as I was before. It made missionary position unbelievably intimate. Rowan raised the dress until I could slip my arms through the sleeves. Then he raised it over my shoulders, moving around me until he was at my back and could pull the last of the silk into place. He began to zip the dress up and back. The dress tightened as it zipped, like it was slowly constricting across my waist, my ribs, over the breasts. The neckline was a very daring V, which was another reason for the uplift bra. It was the only one I'd found that you could wear under the dress and not flash the bra. The dress was sleeveless and fit like a shiny second skin, leaving my flesh very white against the dark fabric. I'd chosen the tightness very deliberately. The bodice looked like it was barely there, and all it left was a view of my breasts, but if you tried to slide your hand into the top, you couldn't do it without risking ripping the dress. If Alistair Norton wanted to play with my breasts, he'd have to keep his play to the exposed tops, unless we were planning a rape scenario, and according to Naomi, the rape fantasies had only come out at 2 months or more. The first month had been a perfect affair. Since this was the first date, Alistair would probably be on his best behavior. I'd have to take the dress off for him to have a chance at finding the mic, and I wasn't planning on taking the dress off. Rowan finished zipping me, fastening the small hook at the top. He traced his thumbs over the bare skin of my upper back, the barest of movements, then stepped away from me. He actually ran his thumbs over the scars on my back that he could neither see nor feel. I was confident enough in my abilities that the dress would have shown the scars, except for my glamour. They were like ripples in the skin, frozen forever. Another she had tried to change my shape during a duel. Many of the Fae can shapeshift, but only the she can change the form of others against their will. I can't change my shape or anyone else's, another mark against me in the courts. "How do you do that?" Detective Tate asked. The question startled me, made me turn to her. "Do what?" I asked. Chris was glancing up as he repacked equipment. Maury was already fiddling with a medium-sized transmitter, working at it with a tiny screwdriver. The rest of us might as well not have been in the room. "You stand there for nearly an hour in nothing but your underwear with a man fondling your breasts, but it's not sexual. It's like an R-rated comedy routine. Then Rowan helps you on with your dress, never touches your bare skin, just zips you up, and suddenly the sexual tension in the room is thick enough to walk on. How the hell do you do that?" Us, as in Rowan and me, or us as in... I let the thought trail off. "Us as in the Fae," she said. "I've seen Jeremy do it with a human woman. You guys can walk around buck naked and make me comfortable being in the same room with you, then fully clothed you do something small and suddenly I feel like I should leave the room." She shook her head. "How do you do that?" Rowan and I looked at each other, and I saw the same question in his eyes that I knew was in mine. How do you explain what it is to be Fae to someone who is not? The answer, of course, is you don't. You can try, but you rarely succeed. Jeremy tried. He was, after all, the boss. "It is part of what it means to be Fae, to be a creature of the senses." He rose from his chair and walked to her, face, body neutral. He took her hand and raised it to his lips, laying a chaste touch of lips to her knuckles.
Being fey is the difference between that and this.
He took the same hand again and raised it much slower, eyes on her face filled with that polite heat that any fey male might have given to the tall, attractive woman. The look alone made her shiver. He kissed her hand this time, a slow caress of lips, the upper lip catching just a little on her skin as he drew back from her. It had been polite, no open mouth, no tongue, nothing rude, but color had spread up her cheeks, and from across the room I could tell her breathing had deepened, pulse quickening.
"Does that answer your question, Detective?"
he asked. She gave a shaky laugh, holding her hand with the other hand, cradling it against her body. "No, but I'm afraid to ask again. I don't think I could handle the answer and still work tonight." Jeremy gave a little bow. Whether Tate knew it or not, she'd just given a very fey compliment. Everyone likes to be appreciated.
"You warm the cockles of this old man's heart."
She laughed then, high and delighted. "You may be a lot of things, Jeremy, but you'll never be old." He gave another bow, and I realized something I hadn't before. Jeremy liked Detective Tate, liked her the way a man likes a woman. We all touch humans more than they touch each other, or at least more than most American humans touch each other. But he could have chosen other ways to explain to Tate. He'd chosen to touch her in a way he'd never touched her before, taken a liberty with her, because she'd given him the excuse to do it without seeming forward. That was how the Fae flirted when invited. Sometimes it was just a glance, but the Fae do not go where they are not asked. Though our men will make the same mistake that human males make sometimes, mistaking a little flirting for sexual advance, outright rape is almost unknown among us. Our version of date rape, on the other hand, has been popular for centuries. Funny how the thought of date rape brought me back to the job at hand. I went to the desk, where I'd left my shoes, and slipped into them, gaining 3 inches of height. "You can tell your new partner that he can come back in now," I told Lucy. It was an insult to insist on modesty in a non-sexual situation among most of the Fae, certainly among the She. That's why the audience. To send them away would imply lack of trust or outward dislike. There were only 2 exceptions. The first was if the person couldn't behave in a civilized manner. Detective John Wilkes had never worked with non-humans before. He didn't blink when Maury asked me to disrobe, but when I took the dress off without warning or clearing the room, the detective had spilled hot coffee down his shirt. When Maury plunged his hand down my bra, Wilkes had said, "What the hell is he doing?" I asked him to wait outside. Lucy gave a low laugh. "Poor boy. I think he got second-degree coffee burns when you took off your dress." I shrugged. "He must not see a lot of naked women." She smiled, shaking her head. "I've dealt with Fae, even a few visiting She, and you're the only one I've met that was humble." I frowned at her. "I'm not humble. I just think that if seeing me stripped to my underwear is enough to make your partner nearly swallow his tongue, he must not be very experienced." Lucy looked at Rowan and Jeremy. "Does she not know what she looks like?"
"No," Rowan said. "I think, though I don't know, that our Mary was raised somewhere where she was considered the ugly duckling," Jeremy said. I met his eyes, my pulse thudding in my neck. That one comment was a little too close for comfort. "I don't know what you guys are talking about." "I know you don't,"
Jeremy said. There was a knowledge in his dark gray eyes, a guess that was close to a certainty. In that moment, I knew he suspected who I was, what I was, but he would never ask. He would wait until I was ready to talk, or the question would remain forever silent between us. I looked at Rowan. He was the only Fae lover I'd known had not come to my bed to further his political ambitions. To him I was just Mary Gentry, a human with Fae ancestry, not Princess Meredith Nikessis. Now I stared into that familiar face and tried to read his expression. He was smilingly blank. Either it had never occurred to him that I might be the missing she-princess, or he'd guessed long ago, but would never be rude enough to bring it up. Or had Rowan known from the first? Had that been why he'd come to me? Suddenly, all the security that I'd built up with these people, my friends, began to crumble around me. Some of it must have shown on my face because Rowan touched me. I drew back from him. His face showed the hurt, confusion. He didn't know. I hugged him suddenly, hiding my face from him, but I could still see Jeremy. As the look on Rowan's face had reassured me, so the look on Jeremy's frightened me. All it would take was my true name being mentioned after dark, and it would float back to my aunt. She was the queen of air and darkness, and that meant that anything said in the dark was hers to hear, eventually. The fact that spotting the missing elven American princess had become more popular than spotting Elvis helped. Her magic was always chasing blind leads. Princess Meredith skiing in Utah, Princess Meredith dancing in Paris, Princess Meredith gambling in Vegas. After 3 years, I was still a front-page story for the tabloids, though the latest headlines had been speculating that I was as dead as the king of rock and roll. If Jeremy spoke my name aloud to my face, the words would resonate, and when they finally floated back to her, she'd know I was alive, and she'd know that Jeremy had spoken my name. Even if I ran, she'd question him, and if polite methods didn't work, she'd use torture. I am told she is a creative lover. I know she is an inventive torturer. I drew back from Rowan and gave them part of the truth. My mother was the beautiful one.
How do you know that?
Jeremy asked. I looked at him. She told me. You mean your mother told you you weren't beautiful? Lucy asked. It took a human to be that direct. I nodded. Don't take this wrong, but what a bitch. To that, there was only one thing to say. I agree. Now, let's get out of here.
We wouldn't want to keep Mr. Norton waiting, Jeremy said.
I still wish we were going after him for proof on the attempted murder, Lucy said. We can't guarantee proof that will stand up in court about the death spell, I said.
But, Jeremy said, we might be able to prove tonight that he is using magic to seduce women. Magically aided seduction is rape under California law. We need him in jail away from his wife, and this is the surest way to do it. He won't get bail on a felony charge that includes magic.
Lucy nodded. I agree that the plan is great for Mrs. Norton, but what about Mary? What if this guy pulls out the magical aphrodisiac that he's used on the other mistresses, the ones who just couldn't get enough of him like Naomi Phelps? We're counting on it, I said. She looked at me. What if it works? What if you start panting over the microphone? Then Rowan breaks down the door playing the jealous lover and drags me out.
If I have trouble getting her to leave, then Uther will come in as my friend and help me take my woman back home.
Lucy rolled her eyes. Well, what Uther wants, Uther gets. Uther was 13 feet tall, with a head that was more pig than human, and 2 curling tusks on either side of his snout. He was a jack-in-irons, but he was named Uther Squarefoot. He wasn't much good for undercover work, but he was hell on wheels when we needed muscle. Uther had excused himself from the room when he realized the dress was coming off. He'd said only,
It's nothing personal, Mary. Don't make more of it than there is. But seeing any attractive female nearly naked is not good for a man when there's no hope of relieving the thoughts that spring unbidden.
It wasn't until he made for the door, stooping his great shoulders low enough to squeeze out the doorway, that I realized something I should have known before. Uther is 13 feet tall, the size of a large ogre or a very small giant, and there aren't many females his size in the Los Angeles area. He'd been here nearly 10 years. That was a long time to be without the touch of another naked body. How terribly lonely. If no one guessed who I really was, and if I didn't get bespelled out of my mind by Alistair Norton, I'd see about fixing Uther up with someone. Uther wasn't the only giant-sized fae wandering outside the courts, just the only one in the immediate area. If we couldn't find someone his size, we might be able to come up with other solutions. Sex doesn't have to mean intercourse. There are women on the streets that will do just about anything for a couple of $100, especially if 20 is their going rate. If I were truly fae down to my toes, I'd do Uther myself. That's what a real friend would do. But I was raised outside the courts, out among the humans, from age 6 to 16. It meant that no matter how fey I was, some of my attitudes were human. I can't be human because I'm not, but I can't be completely fey because I'm not that either. I am half unseelie court, but I am not one of them. I am part seelie court, but I do not belong among the shining throng. I am part dark she, part light she, and yet neither side wishes to claim me. I have always been on the outside looking in, my nose pressed to the window, but never welcomed inside. I understood isolation and loneliness. It made me hurt for Uther, made me regret that I wasn't comfortable helping him with a little friendly, casual sex. But I wasn't, and I wouldn't. As usual, I was fey enough to see the problem, but too human to fix it. Of course, if I'd been pure seelie she, I wouldn't have touched Uther at any price. He would have been beneath my notice. The seelie do not fuck monsters. Unseelie she. Well, define monster. Uther wasn't a monster by unseelie standards, but Alistair Norton might be, either a monster or a kindred spirit of the dark. Chapter 5. Alistair Norton didn't look like a monster. I'd expected him to be handsome, but it was still disappointing. There is something in all of us that believes deep down that evil shows on the outside, that we should be able to pick out the bad people just by looking at them. But it just doesn't work that way. I'd spent enough time at both courts to know that beautiful and good were not the same. I, if anyone, knew that beauty was perfect camouflage for the darkest of hearts, and still I wanted Alistair Norton's face to show what he was inside. I wanted some visible mark of Cain on him. But he came smiling into the restaurant, tall, broad-shouldered, face full of clean angles, so masculine it was almost painful. His lips were a little thin for my taste, face a little too masculine, eyes a very ordinary brown. The hair that was tied back in a neat ponytail was an odd shade of brown, neither light nor dark. But I had to look for imperfections because there just weren't any. His smile was quick and softened his face to something more approachable, less model-perfect. The laugh was deep and charming. His large hands wore a silver ring with a diamond as big as my thumb, but no wedding ring. There wasn't even a telltale pale line where the ring had been removed. His skin was dark enough that there should have been a tan line. He'd never worn a ring. I always felt that any man who didn't want to wear a wedding band was probably planning to cheat. There are always exceptions, but not many. For his part, he seemed pleased. "Your eyes glow like green jewels." I'd left the brown contact lenses at the office. My natural eye color really did glow. I thanked him for the compliment, playing shy, looking into my drink. It wasn't shyness. I was trying to keep him from seeing the contempt in my eyes. Both human and she culture abhor an adulterer. The she don't worry about fornication, but once you get married, give your word that you will be faithful, then you must be faithful. No fae will tolerate an oath-breaker. If your word is worthless, then so are you. He touched my shoulder. Such perfect white skin. When I didn't chase him away, he leaned in and placed a soft kiss on my shoulder. I stroked his face as he drew back, and that seemed to be a signal of some kind. He kissed the side of my neck, hand touching my hair. "Your hair's like red silk," he breathed against my skin. "Is it your natural color?" I turned into him, answering him with my mouth just above his. "Yes." He kissed, and it was gentle, a good first kiss. I hated the fact that he seemed so sincere. What was truly horrible was that he might be sincere, that at the beginning of the seduction he might mean every word. I'd met men like that before. It's as if they believe their own lies, that this time it will be true love. But it never lasts because no woman is perfect enough for him. Of course, it isn't the women who aren't perfect enough. It's the man. He tries to fill some void in himself with women or sex. If the love is true enough, the sex good enough, then this time he'll feel complete. This time he'll finally be whole. Serial womanizers are like serial killers in one respect. They both believe that next time will be perfect, that the next experience will complete them and stop this unending need. But it never does. He whispered, "Let's get out of here." I nodded, not trusting my voice. I'd be doing a lot of eyes-closed kissing because sometimes I could lie with my eyes and sometimes I couldn't. It was going to be hard enough to keep the reluctance out of my body as he touched me. Expecting my eyes to show lust and love was asking too much. His car matched the rest of him. Expensive, sleek, fast. A black Jaguar with black leather seats so that it was like sliding into a pool of darkness. I put my seatbelt on. He didn't. He drove fast, weaving in and out of traffic. It would have been more impressive if I hadn't been driving in L.A. for 3 years. Everyone drove like this out of sheer self-defense. The house was neat and small, the smallest in the neighborhood, but it had the largest yard. There was actually enough land on either side that even a Midwesterner would say it had a good-sized yard. The house looked like a place for kids to wait for Daddy to come home, while Mom rushed around in her power suit trying to fix dinner after a hard day's work. For a moment, I wondered if he'd actually taken me to his home, the one he shared with Francis. If so, it was a break in his pattern, and I didn't like that. Why would he break his pattern? I knew he hadn't found the bug, and he hadn't touched my purse, which meant he didn't know about the hidden camera in it. I was saving turning it on until we got to his love nest. He couldn't know. Ringo was posted outside the Norton house watching over Mrs. Norton. If Alistair got too violent before we could get him in jail, Ringo was on his best judgment over whether to intercede. I didn't look around for Ringo. If he was here, I didn't want to draw attention to him. Alistair opened the door for me, helping me out of the car. I let him because I was trying to think. I finally tried for honesty, sort of. "You sure you're not married?" "Why do you ask?" "This looks like a house for a family." He laughed and drew me into the circle of his arm. "No family, just me. I just moved in." I looked up at him. "Are you buying with an eye for the future? Munchkins and the family thing?" He raised my hand to his lips. "With the right woman, anything's possible." Lord and lady, but he knew just how much carrot to dangle in front of most women. Imply that you could be the woman to tame him, make him settle down. Most women love that. I knew better. Men don't settle down because of the right woman. They settle down because they are finally ready for it. Whatever woman they're dating when they get ready is the one they settle down with. Not necessarily the best one or the prettiest, just the one who happened to be on hand when the time got to be right. Unromantic, but still true. He'd moved out of his apartment. Why? Did it have something to do with Naomi Phelps leaving him abruptly? Did it make him nervous enough to move? Or had he been planning the move all along? No way to know without asking, and I couldn't ask. As Alistair Norton ushered me through the door, I fought an urge to look back, to search for Jeremy and the rest. I knew my backup was out there. I knew because I trusted them. Alistair hadn't driven fast enough to lose both vehicles, the van for the sound system and to hide Uther, and the car with Jeremy at the wheel in case they needed more maneuverability to follow Norton, or just to switch off so that he wouldn't notice the same car behind him for too long. They were out there, listening to us. I knew that, but still, I would have liked to have glanced back and seen them. Just sheer insecurity on my part. I felt the warding before the door opened. When I stepped over the threshold, power shivered over my skin. He noticed. "Do you know what you're feeling?" I could have lied, but I didn't. I'd like to say it was a hunch that Alistair would be pleased that I was a trained mystic, but that wasn't it. I wanted him to know that I wasn't helpless. "You've got the door warded," I said. The air in the room pressed against my skin, and it was as if I couldn't breathe deep enough, like there wasn't enough air. I stepped off the tiled entryway, hoping the atmosphere would get better. It didn't. If anything, the atmosphere grew heavier, like wading into deeper water. Hot, close, skin-crawling water. I'd known he was powerful by the spells he'd laid on his wife and his mistress, but the amount of power that filled that empty living room was more than human. The only way for a human witch to get that much power was to bargain with things not human. I hadn't counted on that. None of us had. He was talking to me, but I hadn't heard. My mind was screaming, "Leave, leave now." But if I did that, Alistair was still free to kill his wife and torture other women. Me leaving would keep me safe, but it wouldn't help our clients. It was one of those moments when I had to decide, was I going to earn my paycheck or not? One thing I did know, the guys in the van needed to know what I'd found out. The ward isn't to keep things out, is it, Alistair? Though it will keep out other powers, the ward is to keep anyone else from sensing how much power you've got in here. My voice sounded breathy, as if I was having trouble breathing. He looked at me then, and for the first time I saw something in his eyes that wasn't pleasant or smiling. For an instant, the monster was there in those brown eyes. "I should have known you'd sense it," he said. "My little Mary, with her she eyes, hair, and skin. If you were tall and willowy, you'd pass for she." "So I've been told," I said. He held his hand out to me. I reached for his hand, but I had to reach through the power in the room, like pushing my hand through an invisible skin-tingling thickness. His fingers touched mine, and a jolt of energy like static jumped between us. He laughed and wrapped his hand around mine. I forced myself not to pull back, but I couldn't make myself smile. I was having too much trouble breathing through the power. I'd lived in places so full of power the walls groaned with it, but this power had been allowed to fill the space available like water until there was no airspace left. Alistair probably thought he was a big, powerful witch to be able to call this much power, but he was a baby witch if he couldn't control it better than this. A lot of people can call power. Calling is not the measure of your strength as a practitioner. It's what you can do with the power that counts. Though as he pulled me, gently, through the brush of the hovering energy, I did wonder what he was doing with all this magic. He might be wasting a lot of it just letting it swirl around, but you don't get this much energy without having some idea of what you're doing and some plan of what to do with it. My voice sounded strange even to me, strained and breathy. "The living room is full of magic, Alistair. What are you going to do with all of it?" I hoped everyone in the van was getting this. "Let me show you," he said. We were at the closed door in the left-hand wall. "What's behind the door?" I asked. It was the only door visible from the entrance. There was an open hallway that led from the rear of the living room farther into the house, and an open entranceway into the kitchen. It was the only closed door, and if the guys had to come save me, I didn't want them wandering around. I wanted them to come straight in and get me out. "Let's not pretend, Mary. We know why you're here, why we're both here. It's the bedroom." He opened the door, and it was the bedroom. It was red, from the four-poster bed to the drapery that covered every wall to the carpet. It was like standing inside a crimson velvet box. Mirrors were set between the heavy drapes like jewels set to charm the eye. There were no windows. It was a closed box, and the center of the magic that had been called to this place. The power rolled over me like suffocating fur, warm, close, choking. I couldn't breathe, couldn't speak. My feet stopped working, but Alistair didn't seem to notice. He kept leading me, pulling me into the room, so that I stumbled, and the only thing that kept me from falling to the polished wood of the floor was his arms. He tried to lift me in his arms, but I collapsed the rest of the way to the floor so that he couldn't lift me up. I wasn't fainting. I just didn't want to be picked up because I knew where he'd take me, to the bed. And if that was the center of all this power, I didn't want to go there. Not yet. "Wait," I said. "Wait. Give a girl a second to catch her breath." There was a small chest of drawers about waist-high just inside the door. I used the edge of the chest of drawers to get to my feet, though Alistair was there to help, very solicitous. I set my purse on the edge of the chest, squeezing the handle twice to turn on the hidden camera. If the camera was on, it had a near-perfect view of the bed. He came up behind me, arms wrapping around me from behind, managing to pin my arms to my sides, but not hard. He meant it to be a hug. The fact that it panicked me wasn't his fault, not really. I tried to relax against his body, in the circle of his arms, but couldn't. The power was too thick, and I couldn't relax. The best I could do was not to pull away. He nuzzled the side of my face, lips moving down my skin. "You're not wearing any base." "I don't need any. I turned my head just enough to encourage him to continue kissing down my face to my neck. It was all the invitation he needed to work his way lower. His lips stopped at my shoulder, but his hands slid from my arms to encircle my waist.
God, you're a tiny thing. I can reach around you with my hands.
I moved gently away from him toward the bed. My senses were dulling to the magic. I'd had years of practice at ignoring amazing amounts of power. If you're sensitive to such things and you don't want to go mad, you adapt. Magic can become like white noise, like the sounds of the city itself, only coming to your attention when you concentrate. I stood on the bright Persian rug that surrounded the bed, just like Naomi had described it. But I couldn't force myself to walk those last few feet to the bed because I could feel the circle that lay under the rug, like a great hand pushing me away. It was a circle of power, something to stand inside while you conjured, so that whatever you called wouldn't come inside and eat you, or so you could call something inside the circle and remain safely outside. I wouldn't know until I saw the runes which kind of circle it was, whether it was a shield or a prison. Even seeing the runes and the construction of the circle might not tell me. I knew she witchery, but there are other kinds of power, other mystical languages to work magic with. I might not recognize any of it, and then there would be only one way to know what the circle was, by walking into it. The real trouble was that some circles are constructed to hold Fae captive, and once I was inside, I might have trouble getting back out. If they were really a bunch of Fae wannabes, they probably wouldn't be trying to capture us, but you never know. If you love something hard enough but can never touch it or keep it, the love can curdle into a jealousy more destructive than any hate. Alistair loosened his tie as he walked toward me, an anticipatory smile curling his lips. He was utterly arrogant, sure of himself and of me. It was so tempting to just walk out, just so I could watch that arrogance slide away. He hadn't done anything mystical yet, let alone illegal. Was I being too easy? Did he save the mystical stuff for the reluctant ones? Did I need to be more reluctant or more aggressive? Which would get Alistair Norton on tape doing something illegal? I was still trying to make up my mind whether to be the unwilling virgin or the eager whore when he was there in front of me, and I was out of time. He bent down to kiss me, and I raised my head up to meet him, rising on tiptoe, hands balancing on his arms. His biceps flexed under my hands, swelling against the cloth of his jacket. I don't think he was even aware of it, just habit. He kissed like he seemed to do everything, with a practiced ease, smooth skill. His arms wrapped around my waist, pressed me to his body, lifted me off the floor. He started moving me backward toward the circle. I drew back from the kiss enough to say, "Wait, wait." But we were in it, and it stole my breath for a second until we were on the other side, inside the circle. It was like being in the eye of a storm. Inside the circle was quiet, the most restful place I felt in the entire house. A tightness I hadn't known was there eased from my shoulders and back. Alistair scooped my legs up and walked us both onto the bed with his knees. When we were near the center of the bed, he laid me down and stayed on his knees, looking at me, towering over me. But I'd worked alongside Uther for 3 years. 6 feet was nothing when you'd been having lunch with 13. I don't think I looked impressed enough because he took off the tie and tossed it to the bed, fingers going to his shirt buttons. He was going to undress first. I was surprised. A control freak usually wants their victim naked first. He was out of his jacket and shirt, hands going to his belt before I could figure out what to do. Slowing him down seemed to be good. I sat up, touching his hands. "Slow down. Let me enjoy the unveiling. You're rushing through it like you've got another date tonight." I held onto his hands, rubbing across his skin, stroking his bare arms. I concentrated on the feel of the tiny hairs on his forearms and how they slid under my touch. If I concentrated just on the physical sensations one at a time, I could make my eyes lie, or at least show a genuine interest. The trick was not to think too hard about who I was touching.
"There's no one but you tonight, Mary."
He drew me to my knees, then ran his hands through my hair, letting it slide through his fingers so that he held my face in his big hands.
"There will be no one else for either of us after tonight, Mary."
I didn't like the sound of that. But it was the first thing he'd said that was sort of psychotic, so I was doing something right. "What do you mean, Alistair? We eloping to Vegas?" He smiled, still holding my face, staring into my eyes like he'd memorized them.
"Marriage is just a ceremony, but tonight I'll show you what it means to be truly one with a man."
I raised an eyebrow before I could help myself. Knowing my face already showed it, I said, "My, you do have a high opinion of yourself."
"It's not idle boasting, Mary."
He kissed me, softly, then crawled past me to the headboard of the bed. He pressed on the wood, and a little door sprang open. A secret compartment. How nifty. He turned with a small glass bottle in his hands. It was one of those glass bottles with curves and frills to it that you're supposed to keep expensive perfume in, but no one ever does.
"Take off the dress," he said.
"Why?"
"It's massage oil."
He held the bottle up so I could see the thick oil in the light through the ruby glass. I smiled at him, and I tried to make it everything he wanted, sexual, flirtatious, a little cynical. "The pants first." He grinned at me, evidently pleased.
"I thought you said you wanted to go slow."
"If we're getting naked, you first." He started to turn and set the bottle inside the compartment again. "I'll hold it for you," I said. He stopped in mid-motion, turning back to me with a heat in his eyes that was almost touchable.
"Only if you put some on your breasts while I undress."
"Will it stain my dress?" He actually seemed to think about that, face becoming thoughtful, intelligence showing through.
"I'm not sure, but I'll buy you a new one if it's ruined."
"Men will promise anything in the heat of the moment," I said.
"Let me see the oil run down that pure white skin. Make them glisten for me."
He handed the bottle to me, wrapping my hands around it. He kissed me again, mouth lingering on me, his tongue probing, opening my mouth so the kiss could be more. He drew back slowly.
"Please, Mary, please."
He moved back, but not far, hands at his belt again. He drew the leather tongue slowly through the gold buckle, drawing out each movement while he watched me. It made me smile because he was doing what I'd asked. He was slowly unveiling himself. The least I could do was do what he'd asked. The push-up bra left enough of my breasts bare so that I didn't have to lift anything out of the dress. I drew the stopper out of the bottle. It had one of those long glass rods on the end of it to glide along your skin. I sniffed the oil. It smelled of cinnamon and vanilla. There was something familiar about the odor, but I couldn't place it. The oil was nearly clear. "Aren't you supposed to warm it first?" I said.
"It reacts to your body's heat."
He pulled the belt out of the last loop and tossed it between us on the bed.
"Your turn."
I lifted the stopper out of the bottle. The oil clung to it in a heavy strand. I touched the end of the glass rod to the top of my breast. The oil was already warm, body temperature. I trailed the rod across the mounds of my breasts, and tiny trails of oil followed it, tracing like thick tears across my skin. The smell of cinnamon and vanilla seemed to soak into my skin like a warm rush. Alistair undid the snap on his pants and slowly drew down the zipper. He wore red bikini underwear, like he'd dressed to match the bedroom. The scarlet was very bright against his skin, clinging over the front of his body like a second skin. He lay down on the bed to get the pants off, gazing up at me so that I towered over him on my knees as he had towered over me earlier. He reached up, still flat on his back, running his fingertips across the oil, spreading it over my skin. He came to his knees, hands smoothing over the tops of my breasts, fingers trying to get inside the dress and touch more, but it was too tight. Prior planning prevents embarrassing groping. He rubbed his oiled hands down his own chest, then took the bottle from me and trailed the glass stopper across my mouth like he was putting on lip gloss. It was sweet upon my lips, thick and sweet. He kissed me, both his hands still holding the bottle so that it was just his mouth on mine. He kissed me like he was going to eat the oil off my lips. I melted into the kiss, hands stroking over his oiled chest, feeling the muscles of his stomach moving under my hands. My hands slid lower, over the front of him, finding him hard and ready. The feel of him thrilled through my body like a jolt of energy. That was when I realized that I was enjoying myself and had forgotten why I was there. I drew back from the kiss and tried to focus, to think. I didn't want to think. I wanted to touch him and have him touch me. My breasts ached to be touched. My mouth almost burned with the need to close the distance between us. He leaned in for another kiss, and I crawled backward, falling onto my back in my rush to put distance between us. Alistair crawled to me on knees and one hand. The other hand held the bottle. He straddled me the way a horse stands over her colt. My gaze kept sliding down his body to the hard front of him. I couldn't keep my eyes on his face. It was embarrassing and frightening. "Stupid," I said. "So stupid. It's in the oil. There's a spell in the oil." His voice came in an almost harsh whisper. "The oil is the spell." I didn't understand what he meant at first, but I knew I didn't want any more of it on me. He started to open the bottle, and I sat up, taking his hands in mine, keeping the lid on the damn thing. The moment I touched his hands, I lost. We were kissing again, and I hadn't meant to. It was as if the more we kissed, the more I wanted to be kissed, like it fed on itself. I threw myself back on the bed, hands covering my face. No! I knew what it was now. Branwen's tears, Avel's joy, Fergus's sweat. It could make a human into a she-lover for one night. It could turn even a she into a sexual slave, if that she had no access to other she. No fae, no matter how talented, how powerful, can rival the she, so it said. You can forget what the touch is like. You can fight not to dream of glowing flesh and eyes like molten jewels, a sweep of ankle-length hair across your body. But the desire is always there, just under the surface, like an alcoholic who can never take another drink for fear that one drink will never be enough to satisfy that thirst. I screamed, loud and long and wordless. There was another side effect of Branwen's tears. No glamour can stand against it, because your concentration can't stand against it. I felt my glamour leaking away, felt my skin as if my entire body took a deep breath. I lowered my hands slowly until I was staring up into the mirror on the ceiling. My eyes glowed like tricolored jewels. The outer edge of my irises was molten gold. Within that was a circle of jade green, and last came emerald fire to chase around the pupil. Only the she, or a cat, could have such eyes. My mouth was a mixture of crimsons, the remains of my lipstick and the scarlet gleam of the lips themselves. My skin was a white so pure it shimmered like the most perfect of pearls. Again there was light coming out of my skin, like a candle behind a veil. The red-black of my hair fell around the shining colors like a spill of dark blood. If my hair had been pure black, I'd have looked like Snow White carved from jewels. This wasn't just me without the glamour. It was me when my power was upon me, when magic was in the air. "My God, you're she," he whispered. I turned those glowing eyes to Alistair. I expected fear in his eyes, but there was a kind of soft wonderment. "He said you would come if we were faithful, if we truly believed, and here you are." "Who said I'd come?" "A she-princess to feast upon." He spoke in a voice that held awe, but his hand slid under my dress, fingers curling over the band of my panties. I grabbed his wrist and slapped him with the other hand, slapped him hard enough to leave a red imprint of my hand on his face. We had all the proof we needed to put him in jail. I didn't have to play along anymore. You can take the energy of Branwen's tears and turn it from sex to violence, or so they say in the Unseelie court. I was going to try. I was really going to try. If he'd hit me back, it might have worked, but he didn't. He collapsed his body on top of mine, pinning me to the bed. He was so low on my body that his face was level with mine. There was a moment where I looked into his eyes, and I saw the same stricken need in his eyes that I felt in mine. The tears cut both ways. You could not use it to seduce without being seduced. He made a small sound low in his throat and kissed me. I ate at his mouth, one hand going to the ponytail holder that held his hair back. I jerked it out, spilling his shoulder-length hair around me like a silken curtain. I plunged my hands into his hair, 2 fistfuls of it, held tight, while I explored his mouth. His free hand tried to reach down the dress for my breast, but it was still too tight. He pulled at the cloth, and my body jerked with the force of it as the cloth ripped and his hand spilled inside my bra. The touch of his hand on my breast jerked my head back, freed my mouth from him. I was suddenly looking behind us at the mirrors on the far wall. It took me a few seconds to realize something was wrong. Part of it was distraction. Alistair was kissing my neck, working his mouth over my skin, ever lower. Part of it was someone else's magic. Someone powerful didn't want me to know they were watching, but the mirrors were blank like the eyes of the blind. I looked up at the mirror above the bed, and it was empty too, as if Alistair and I weren't there. Then I felt the spell like a great sucking wound, drawing my power to the surface until it spilled from the pores of my skin and up into that mirrored surface. Whatever it was feeding off my power like a psychic leech. It pulled the power slowly like sucking up a straw. I did the only thing I could think of. I shoved the power into the throat of the spell, force-fed my power into the magic. They hadn't expected that, and the magic shuddered. There was a figure in the mirror, but it wasn't Alistair or me. The figure was tall, slender, covered in a hooded gray cloak that hid every inch of the body. The cloak was illusion, an illusion to hide the witch at the other end of the spell. Every illusion can be stripped away. Alistair's mouth bit gently on my breast, and my concentration shattered. I looked down at him as he drew my nipple into his mouth. It felt as if his mouth drew on a hot line that went directly from my breast to my groin. It tore a gasp from my throat, made me writhe under his touch. A small part of me hated that this man could make my body react, but the larger part of me had turned to nothing but nerve endings and engorged flesh. I was sinking deeper into Branwen's tears, drowning in them. Soon there'd be no thinking, just sensations. I couldn't think to draw power. All I could smell, feel, taste was cinnamon, vanilla, and sex. I took that sex, that need, and wrapped it in my mind, and shoved it into the spell. The cloak wavered, and for a second I almost saw what lay behind it. But Alistair went to his knees, blocking my view. He pulled his underwear down his hips, his thighs, and I was suddenly staring at the hard, gleaming length of him. It took my breath away for a second, not because he was so wonderful, but just out of pure need. It was as if my body saw the cure for all this need, and the cure was lying flat against Alistair's belly. I don't know if it was the sight of him nude or the power I'd shoved into the spell, but I was feeling more myself, a throbbing, nymphomaniac self, but still, it was an improvement. I sat up. The front of the dress was torn away, my bra pulled down so that my breasts were bare. I said, "No, Alistair, no. We are not doing this." A prickle of energy spilled over the bed, running in goosebumps on my body. Alistair looked up as if he saw something I didn't and said, "But you said to only use small amounts. Too much could drive her mad." He listened, face intent. I heard nothing. Whatever was in the mirror wasn't hiding from Alistair, just from me. Alistair opened the bottle. I had time to say, "No." My hand went out as if to ward off a blow. He threw the oil on me. It was like being touched by some great liquid hand. I couldn't move, couldn't do anything but scream. He poured the oil down the front of my body. It soaked through my dress to the skin underneath. He raised the skirt, and this time I couldn't stop him. I was frozen, overwhelmed. He poured the oil over the satin of my panties, and I fell back onto the bed, my spine bowing, hands scrambling at the sheets. My skin felt like it was swelling, stretching with a desire that narrowed the world down to the need to be touched, to be held, to be had. It wouldn't have mattered who it was. The spell did not care, and neither did I. I opened my arms to the naked man kneeling over me. He collapsed on top of me. I could feel him tight and heavy against the satin of the panties. Even that thin piece of cloth was too much. I wanted him inside me, wanted it more than I'd ever wanted anything or anyone. Then, something floated down from the mirror. It was a tiny black speck, but it held my attention, compelled it. It got closer, and I could see that it was a small spider, hanging from a silken thread. I watched the spider float slowly to Alistair's shoulder. The spider was small and black and shiny like patent leather. My body was cooler, my head clearer. Jeremy had managed to get something through to me. I knew now that the magician on the other end of the spell had kept them all trapped outside the house. I felt the smooth head of Alistair's penis slip around the edge of the panties, touching my swollen wetness. It made me cry out, but I could still talk, still think. Now, if I couldn't get away, it really was going to be rape. "Stop it! Alistair, stop it!" I struggled to get out from under him, but he was too big, too heavy. I was trapped. He started to push inside me. I got a hand between his groin and mine. He could have penetrated me, but it seemed to distract him. He fumbled at my hand, trying to move it so he could finish. I screamed, "Jeremy!" Alistair and I fought over where my hands were, and I glimpsed the mirror. It was full of gray, swirling fog. It shivered, rippling like water. It bowed out like a bubble. It was only then that I knew that the magician was she. He or she was hiding themselves from me, but the mirrors, that was she magic. Then Alistair won the fight and slid the tip of himself inside me. I cried out, and it was half protest and half pleasure. My mind didn't want this, but the oil still rode my body. I screamed, "No!" But my hips twitched under him, trying to help him slide inside me. I wanted, needed him to be inside me, to feel his naked body inside of mine. Still I screamed, "No!" Alistair flinched and pulled out of me the small distance he'd won. Rising to his knees, brushing at his back, he came away with a small smear of crimson. He'd crushed the spider. Another small black spider crawled down his arm. He batted it away. 2 more spiders crawled over his shoulders. He tried to touch the middle of his own back and turned like a dog chasing its tail, and I saw his back. The skin had split open, and a wave of tiny black spiders poured out. They swarmed over him like black water, a moving, biting second skin. He screamed, clawing at his back, crushing some of them. But there were always more, until he was a moving mass of them. They poured into his open mouth as he shrieked and he choked, and still he screamed. All the mirrors were pulsing, breathing, the glass stretching out and in like something elastic and alive. I heard a man's voice in my head. "Get under the bed now." I didn't argue. I rolled off the bed and crawled under it. The red sheet spilled down over the edge, hiding everything but a thin sliver of light. There was a sound of breaking glass, like 1,000 windows breaking all at once. Alistair's screams vanished under the sound of falling glass. The glass burst on the carpet like brittle hail, a tinkling, sharp sound. Silence filled the room by degrees as the glass settled over the room. There was a sound of splintering wood. I couldn't see it, but I thought it was the door. "Mary! Mary!" It was Jeremy. Rowan yelled, "Mary, dear God!" I crawled to the edge of the bed and lifted the rim of the sheet to see the floor glittering silver. I called, "I'm here! I'm here!" I reached my hand out from under the bed, waving it but unable to move farther without getting cut on the glass. A hand gripped mine, and someone laid a suit jacket over the glass so that Rowan could pull me out from under the bed. It wasn't until he was cradling me in his arms that I realized I was still covered in Branwen's tears, and what that might mean for us. But I'd gotten a glimpse of what lay on the bed, and it stole the words from my mouth. I think I forgot to breathe for a second or two. Rowan carried me toward the door. I stared back over his shoulder at what lay on the bed. I knew it was a man. I even knew it was Alistair Norton. But if I hadn't known what I was looking at, I'm not sure I'd have known it was human. The shape was as crimson as the sheets it lay on. The glass had turned him into so much raw meat. I couldn't see the spiders under all that blood. I knew 2 things, maybe 3. First, the magician on the other end of the spell was she. Second, he or she had tried to kill me. Third, if it wasn't for Jeremy getting his spell through the ward, I'd be just a smaller red lump on the blood-soaked bed. I owed Jeremy a very big favor. Chapter 6. The police wouldn't let me shower. They wouldn't even let me wash my hands. 4 hours after Rowan carried me out of the bedroom, I was still trying to explain to the police exactly what had happened to Alistair Norton. I wasn't having much luck. No one believed my version of events. They'd all watched the tape, and they still didn't believe me. I think the only reason I hadn't been charged with Alistair's murder was that I'd been outed as Princess Meredith Nickessis. They knew, and I knew, that all I had to do was claim diplomatic immunity, and I could walk out the door, so they were taking their time about charges. What they didn't know was that I was almost as eager to avoid bringing in the diplomats as they were. Once I claimed diplomatic immunity, they'd contact the Board of Human-Fey Relations. They would contact the ambassador to the She courts. The ambassador would contact the Queen of Air and Darkness. He'd tell her exactly where I was. Knowing my aunt, she'd tell them to keep me safe until her guard could arrive to bring me back home. I'd be trapped like a rabbit in a snare until someone came along to snap my neck and take me home like a prize. I sat at the small table with a glass of water in front of me. I had a blanket that the paramedics had given me draped over the back of the chair. The blanket had been to keep me warm in case of shock and to cover the ruined front of my dress. I'd spent part of the last few hours being cold and needing the blanket, but the rest of the time, it was as if my blood ran hot. I was either shivering or almost sweating, a combination of shock and Branwen's tears. Going from one extreme to the other had given me an amazing headache. No one would get me anything for the headache because they were all planning on getting me to the hospital soon. Always soon. Never now. I'd still been glowing softly when the first police backups had arrived. I wouldn't be able to do glamour as long as the oil was in my system, so I couldn't hide. Some of the first uniforms recognized me. One of them had said, "You're Princess Meredith." The soft California night had taken a breath around us, and I knew it was only a matter of time until the Queen of Air and Darkness sent someone to investigate this latest whisper. I had to be out of town before that happened. I had at least one more night, maybe two, before my aunt's guard would arrive. I had time to sit here and answer questions, but I was getting tired of answering the same questions. So why was I still sitting in the hard-back chair looking across a small table at a detective I'd never met before? First, even if I walked out of here without being charged or claiming diplomatic immunity, they would contact the politicians. They'd do it to cover their asses. Second, I wanted Detective Alvera to believe me about Branwen's tears and just how serious it would be if there was more of the oil out there. Probably it was a gift from whatever she had set up the leech spell. The one bottle may have been all anyone outside the courts had. That was the best-case scenario. But if there was even the slightest chance that humans, with or without she help, had figured out how to manufacture Branwen's tears, and it was out on the market, then it had to be stopped. Of course, there was another possibility. The she that set Norton up in his little magic rape scam might have been giving Branwen's tears to lots of others. This was probably the more likely of the two worst-case scenarios, but I couldn't tell the police that another she had been involved with Alistair Norton. You do not take she business to the human police, not if you want to keep all your body parts attached. Police are good at smelling lies, or maybe to save time, they just assume everyone is lying. Whatever the reason, Detective Alvera didn't like my story. He sat across from me, tall, dark, slender, with hands that looked too big for his narrow shoulders. His eyes were a solid brown, with a fringe of dark lashes that made you notice them. Or maybe that was just me tonight. Jeremy had laid a warding over me to help me control the tears. He'd traced runes across my forehead with his finger and his power. Nothing visible to the police, but I could feel them like a cold fire if I concentrated. Without Jeremy's spell, Goddess knew what I'd have done by now. Something embarrassing and slutty. Even protected by the runes, I was very aware of all the men in the room. Alvera stared at me with lovely, distrustful eyes. I watched how the shape of his lips formed words, such a generous mouth, a kissable mouth. "Did you hear what I just said, Ms. Nikesis?" I blinked at him and realized I hadn't. "I'm sorry, Detective. Could you repeat it?" "I think this interrogation is coming to an end, Detective Alvera," my lawyer said. "It's obvious that my client is very tired and in shock." My lawyer was a partner at James Browning and Galen. She was Galen. Usually Browning handled the Great Detective Agency's legal affairs. I think Eileen Galen was here because Jeremy had mentioned the rape part. A woman would be more sympathetic, or at least that was the theory. She sat beside me in her dark pinstriped skirt suit, so neat and pressed, She looked like she'd just been unwrapped. Her graying blonde hair was styled perfectly. Her makeup was flawless. There was even a shine on her black high-heeled pumps. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and Eileen looked like she'd just finished a power breakfast and was eager to greet the day. Alvera's gaze went over me, from the push-up bra shoving my breasts in plain view to my eyes, last.
She doesn't look like she's in shock to me, Counselor.
My client was raped, Detective Alvera, yet she has not been taken to a hospital or examined by a doctor. The only reason I have not demanded these things is my client's determination to answer your questions and aid you in this investigation. Frankly, I'm beginning to think my client is not capable of protecting her own interests tonight. I saw how she was brutalized on the tape. I must step in for Meredith's rights, even if she doesn't want me to. Alvera and I looked at each other across the table. He spoke the next word, staring directly at me. Major eye contact.
I saw the tape too, Counselor. It looked like your client was enjoying herself most of the time. She said no, but her body kept doing yes.
If Alvera thought that I was going to crack under the pressure of his steely gaze and his insults, he just didn't know me. Even normally it wouldn't have worked, but tonight I was too numb to rise to such poor bait.
That is insulting. Not just to my client, but to women everywhere, Detective Alvera. This interview is over. I'll expect a police escort to the hospital for the rape kit.
He just looked at her with those pretty jaded eyes.
A woman can keep saying no, stop, but if she's playing with a man's dick, you can't blame him for getting mixed messages.
I smiled, shaking my head.
You think this is funny, Miss Nicasis? The tape may make a case for rape, but it also shows you turning Alistair Norton into so much raw meat.
One more time. I did not kill Alistair Norton. About the rape, you're either trying to be deliberately insulting to get me angry enough to say something indiscreet, or you're a male chauvinist asshole. If the first is true, you're wasting your time. If the second is true, you're wasting mine.
I'm sorry that answering questions about a man you left to bleed to death in his own bed at his own house is a waste of your time.
What kind of man has a house that his wife doesn't know about? I asked.
He was cheating on his wife, so he deserved to die, is that it? I know you Fae have a thing about marriage and monogamy, but execution seems a bit harsh.
My client has said repeatedly that she did not do the spell that caused the mirrors to crack.
But she's alive, Counselor. If she didn't do the spell, then how did she know to take cover?
I said already that I recognized the spell, Detective Alvera.
Why didn't Norton recognize the spell? He's got a rep as a big-time magician. He should have seen it coming too.
I told you that Branwen's tears affects humans more strongly than it affects the she. He wasn't paying as much attention to his surroundings as I was.
Where did the spiders come from?
I don't know. I wasn't telling him that Jeremy had done the spiders because then they'd start blaming him for the mirrors, or maybe charge us both as conspirators. He shook his head.
Just say you did it. It was self-defense.
The only reason I am still sitting here is because I want you, the police, to understand how dangerous this spelled oil can be. If there is more Branwen's tears out there, you need to find it and destroy it.
Lust spells don't work, Miss Nicasis. Aphrodisiacs don't work. Some magic potion that'll make a woman drop her pants for a man she doesn't want is bullshit. It doesn't exist.
You'll wish it didn't if it gets out into the general population. Maybe Norton had the only bottle, but just in case there is more of it out there, please look for his friends. He riffled back through the notebook that had been lying untouched on the table for a very long time.
Yeah, Liam, Donald, and Brendan, no last names. 2 of them have fairy ears, all of them with long hair. Yeah, we'll be able to find them, no problem. Of course, they might be a lower priority since they aren't wanted on murder charges.
Eileen stood again. Come on, Meredith. This interview is over, and I mean it. She looked at both of us as if we were naughty first graders and we would not dare argue with her. I was tired, and they weren't going to believe me about Branwen's tears. I stood up. Elvira stood too.
Sit down, Meredith.
Are we on a first-name basis, Elvira? I don't know yours.
It's Raimundo. Now sit down.
If, I said, if I claim diplomatic immunity, I walk out of here and it doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong. I looked at him, and thanks to Jeremy's ward, I was able to just meet his eyes. If I concentrated, I hardly noticed the line of his upper lip. He looked at me a long time before saying, "What would keep you from claiming diplomatic immunity and walking out that door, Princess?" "You believing me about the lust oil, Raimundo?" He smiled.
"Sure, I believe you."
I shook my head. "No joy, Detective. A lie won't keep me in this room." I was bluffing, sort of. I hoped he didn't call it.
"What will?"
he said. I had an idea. I needed to prove to the police just how serious Branwen's tears could be. Sex with a she would haunt a human forever, but a taste of it wouldn't do permanent harm. Some dreams, perhaps, or extra eagerness in the bedroom for a while, but nothing bad. You needed the joining of flesh and magic in a major intimate way to be beyond the point of safety. If we all shared the merest taste, everyone would survive. What if I could prove to you that the lust oil worked? He crossed his arms over his chest and managed to look even more cynical, which I hadn't thought possible.
"I'm listening."
You believe that no spell can make you instantly lust after some stranger, right? He nodded.
"That's right."
"Do I have your permission to touch you, Detective?" He smiled, his gaze roaming over the front of my dress. I hoped he was being deliberately insulting because otherwise he wasn't very bright, and I needed him to be good at his job. With a politically sensitive case like this one, Elvira was either the best they had or the worst. They either hoped for Super Detective to clear it all up, or were offering him up as a sort of preemptive scapegoat for when the shit hit the fan. I'd hoped for Super Detective, but I was beginning to lean toward scapegoat. Of course, since I was lying about several things, maybe I didn't want him to be good at his job. But I wasn't lying about what he thought I was lying about. Honest.
"A minute ago I was Raimundo. Now you want permission to touch me and I'm back to Detective?"
"It's called a distancing technique, Detective Elvira," I said.
"And here I thought you wanted to get up close and personal, not distant."
I heard Eileen Galen draw a breath to speak, and I stopped her, holding up my hand. "It's okay, Eileen. He can't be this stupid and still have made detective, so he's baiting me. I don't know what he hopes to gain from it." The humor drained from his eyes, leaving them cold and dark, unreadable as stone.
"The truth would be nice."
"You behaved yourself for hours in here. Suddenly in the last 30 minutes you've managed to insult me sexually several times, and you've been staring at my breasts. Why the change?" Those cold eyes stared at my face for a heartbeat or two.
Being businesslike and professional wasn't getting me shit.
"I'm listed as a rape victim in the initial reports, whether you believe that or not. Your conduct in the last half hour could get you on the wrong end of a sexual harassment suit." His eyes flicked to my still silent lawyer, then back to me.
"I've seen rape victims, Princess. I've taken them to the hospital, held their hands while they cried. One girl was only 12. She was so traumatized she couldn't speak. It took me 9 days working with a therapist to get her to name her attackers. You don't act like a rape victim."
I shook my head. "You arrogant man." I made the last word sound like the worst of insults. "Have you ever been raped, Raimundo?" He blinked, but his eyes stayed neutral.
"No."
"Then don't you dare presume to tell me how I'm supposed to be acting or feeling or any fucking thing. I'm not so broken up tonight. Part of it's the damn spell. But part of it, Detective, is that as rapes go, this one wasn't that bad. Eileen said I'd been brutalized. Well, she's a lawyer. I can forgive her the choice of words, but she can't know what the word means. She's never seen what a man can do to a woman if he really wants to hurt her. I've seen brutal, Detective, and what happened tonight wasn't brutal. But just because I'm not bleeding my life away through tubes or my face is still recognizable under the bruises, doesn't mean it wasn't rape." Something passed through his eyes, something I couldn't read. Then his eyes were back to giving nothing away.
"This wasn't your first time, was it?"
His voice was soft, gentle. I looked at the floor. afraid to meet his eyes. "Not me, Detective. Not me."
"A friend,"
he said in that same gentle voice. I looked up then, and the sudden show of compassion almost did me in, almost made me want to confide in him. Almost. I remembered Keelan's face, a mask of blood, one eye socket crushed so that her eye had lolled out onto her cheek. If she'd had a nose, it would have been broken. But her mother was a brownie, and they don't have human noses. 3 of her arms had been held at awkward angles like the broken legs of a spider. No she-healer would lay hands on her because she was so near death, and they would not risk their own lives for a goblin brownie half-breed. My father had carried her to a human hospital and reported the attack to the authorities. My father had been Prince of Flame and Flesh, and even his sister the Queen feared him, so he was not punished for inviting the humans in. It was on record. I could talk about it without being punished. So good to know there was something I could tell the whole truth on tonight. "Tell me," he said, voice grown even softer. "When we were both 17, my best friend Keelan Nick Brown was raped." My voice was bland and empty, as Elvira's eyes had been moments before. They broke the bones around one of her eyes so that the eye was just lying there on her face, hanging by threads. I took a deep breath and pushed the memory away, not aware that I'd pushed it away with my hands, as if that would help, until I'd finished the movement. I've seen people beaten, but not like that. Never like that. They tried to beat her to death and very near succeeded. I had myself under control again. I wasn't going to cry. I was glad. I hated to cry. It always made me feel so weak. "I'm sorry," he said. "Don't be sorry for me, Detective Alvera." Watching Keelan heal gave me a measuring rod for violence. If it wasn't as bad as what happened to Keelan, then it can't be that bad. It's gotten me through some very harsh things without having hysterics. "Like tonight," he said in that same talk the jumper down from the ledge voice. I nodded. "Yeah, like tonight. Though I will admit that what happened to Alistair Norton was one of the worst things I've ever seen, and I've seen some bad things. I did not kill him. I'm not saying I might not have killed him if he'd completed the rape. When I recovered from the lust spell, I might have hunted him down, I don't know. But someone else took care of it for me." "Who?" he asked. My voice dropped to a whisper. "I wish I knew, Detective. I really wish I knew." "Do you need to touch me to prove this lust oil of yours is real?" I nodded. "You have my permission," Alvera said. "If I prove that the lust spell is real, you'll bring in narcotics?" "Yeah." "You swear it?" I said. "Your word of honor?" His eyes got all serious. He seemed to understand that his word meant something to me that it might not to a human. Finally, he nodded. "Yeah, I give you my word." I glanced at Eileen Galen and back to the one-way glass on the far wall. "Spoken before witnesses. The gods themselves beware of it if you break your promise." He nodded. "Should I be expecting a lightning bolt?" I shook my head. No, not a lightning bolt. He'd started to smile, but when I didn't seem to think it was funny, his smile faded. "I keep my word, Princess." "I hope so, Detective, for all our sakes." Eileen took me to one side, a few steps away from the detective. "What are you planning to do, Meredith?" "Are you a practitioner of any mystic art?" I asked. "I'm a lawyer, not a witch." "Then just watch. It's sort of self-explanatory." I drew away from her gently and walked back to Elvera. I stayed farther away than I would have normally, just close enough that I could touch him. I'd had oil on my fingers, but some of it had rubbed off. I wanted this to work, so I drew my fingers across my breasts, where the oil was still slick and shining. Branwen's tears had a long shelf life. I reached out toward Elvera's face. He leaned back out of reach. I raised an eyebrow at him, hand extended in midair. "You said I could touch you." He nodded. "Sorry, habit." He moved a step closer to me, but maneuvered us so that we were in full view of our audience behind the one-way glass. He visibly steeled himself not to flinch away from me. I wasn't sure if he didn't want me touching him because I was Fae, or because he thought I'd murdered someone by magic, or because of some esoteric cop thing. I traced my fingertips along his full mouth until they glistened like lip gloss. His eyes widened, and he looked softly stunned. I stepped away from him, and he reached toward me, then stopped himself. He folded his arms across his chest and tried to talk, then shook his head. I went back to my chair and sat down. I crossed my legs, and the skirt was short enough that I flashed the lacy edge of the thigh-highs. Elvira noticed. He watched every move of my hands as I smoothed the skirt into place. I could see his pulse in his neck jumping under his skin. The wide eyes, the half-parted lips as he fought to control himself were very intriguing. It took more self-control than was pretty to not close the distance between us and make the first move. I was still safe behind Jeremy's runes, but it was an act of will not to go to him. Eileen Galen was looking from one to the other of us, a puzzled expression on her face. "Did I miss something?" Elvira just kept staring at me, arms hugging himself, as if afraid to move or even speak, for fear that any forward motion would spill him over the edge and into my arms. I answered her. "Yes, you missed something." "What?" "Branwen's tears," I said softly. Elvira closed his eyes, his body beginning to sway slightly. "Are you all right, Detective?" Eileen said. He opened his eyes and said, "Yeah, I'm—" He looked back at me. "Fine." But that last was barely audible. There was a kind of panic on his face, as if he couldn't believe what he was thinking. I don't know how long he might have been able to stand there, but I had run out of patience tonight. I ran my fingertip over the white, glistening mounds of my breasts, and that was all it took. He crossed the room in 3 strides, grabbing my forearms, lifting me to my feet. He was nearly a foot taller than I was, and he had to bend at an awkward angle, but he managed. He put those kissable lips against mine, and the first taste tore Jeremy's careful spell away. I was suddenly a throbbing, needful thing. My body still wanted to finish what had been denied it earlier. I kissed him like I was feeding off of his soft lips, my tongue seeking for something deep inside him. My oiled hands caressed his face. The more oil that touched him, the stronger the spell. He lifted me around the waist, raising me to eye level so he didn't have to bend. I wrapped my legs around his waist, and I could feel him through the layers of cloth that separated us. My body pulsed with the contact, and I broke from the kiss, not to breathe, but to cry out. He pressed me to the tabletop, his groin grinding into me. Lying on the table, he was too tall to maintain the kiss and keep our lower bodies pressed together, so he raised himself up on his arms like a push-up, keeping his body pressed into mine. I stared up the length of his body and finally met his eyes. They held the darkness that usually doesn't come to a man's eyes until later, when the clothes are gone and there's no turning back. I grabbed 2 handfuls of his shirt and pulled them, sending his buttons flying, baring his chest and stomach. I raised up, doing a sort of sit-up so I could lick down his chest, run my hands across the flatness of his stomach. I tried to put my hand down his pants, but his belt defeated me. Suddenly, the room was full of uniforms and plainclothes detectives. They pulled Elvira off me, and he fought them. They had to pile on top of him, ride him to the floor in a mountain of uniforms. He was screaming, wordlessly. I lay on the table, the skirt hiked to my waist, my body so full of blood and need that I couldn't move. I was angry that they'd stopped us. I knew that was stupid. I knew I didn't want to have sex in an interrogation room in front of an entire precinct, and yet I was still angry, still wanting. A young uniformed cop was standing beside the table. He was trying not to stare and failing. It was easy to grab his hand, to press the tears over the pulse point in his wrist. His blood beat against my hand, and he bent over me, kissed me before anyone noticed what was happening. Someone said, "Jesus, Riley, don't touch her." Hands grabbed Riley, tore him from my lips, my hands. I reached for him, sitting up, screaming, "No!" I started off the table to go to one of them when another detective grabbed my arms, held me sitting on the table's edge. He stared down at his hands as if he'd burned them against my bare arms. He said softly, "Oh, my God." Just before he bent and kissed me, he yelled, "Get some women officers in here." I learned later that this medium-build, slightly balding man with the strong hands and the muscled body was Lieutenant Peterson. They had to handcuff him before they could carry him out of the room. I was buried under a mound of female officers until I couldn't move. A couple of the female officers had the same trouble that the men had. just as at least one of the men had had no problem not manhandling me. Nothing like being outed at work. They got Jeremy back in to redo the warding. I calmed, eventually, but I was in no shape to talk anymore. Jeremy assured me that he'd talked to narcotics for me, though he was pretty sure that the officers who had been in the room with me would be persuasive on the dangers of Branwen's tears. Rowan was waiting for me, a pair of surgical gloves on his hands so he could touch me, a jacket to throw over my head to keep people from recognizing me. The police took us out the back way. So far, the media didn't seem to know that I'd finally surfaced, and under what circumstances. But someone at the police station or on the ambulance would talk. They might do it for money. They might do it by accident. But the media would find out. It was only a matter of time. A race to see which hounds would find me first, the tabloids or the Queen's Guard. If I'd been well, I'd have gotten in my car and driven out of state that night, or caught the first plane to anywhere. But Rowan took me to his apartment because it was closer than mine. I didn't care where we went as long as there was a shower. If I didn't get my body free of the tears or have sex soon, I was going to lose my mind. I was voting for a shower. What I didn't realize until too late was that Rowan was voting for sex. Chapter 7. The front part of my brain knew I should have had Rowan take me to my car. There was a packet taped under the driver's seat with money, a new identity complete with a driver's license and credit cards. I'd always planned on simply driving out of the city or to the airport and taking the first plane that caught my fancy. It was a good plan. The police would be contacting the embassy by now, and before dawn, my aunt would know where I was, who I was, and what I'd been doing for 3 years. The primitive rear of my brain wanted to jump Rowan while he was driving 80 on the freeway. My skin felt large and swollen with need. I actually sat on my hands in the car so I wouldn't touch him. The last thing we needed was for me to contaminate him with the tears. At least one of us needed to be sane tonight, and until I had a shower, it wasn't going to be me. I mounted the stairs to Rowan's apartment, hugging myself, fingers digging into my arms hard enough to leave nail marks. It was all that kept me from touching Rowan as he moved up the stairs just ahead of me. He left the door open behind him, and I followed him into the room. He stood in the center of the large open space. Even in the dark, the room was strangely bright, the white walls gleaming in the moonlight. Rowan stood, a dark figure in the midst of all that silver gloaming. He stared out at the sea as he did every time we entered his apartment, stopped and stared out the bank of windows that made up the west and south walls. The sea rolled out and out from the windows in a gleaming, rushing spill of silver and dark, with a rim of white foam riding like an edge of lace as the waves spilled toward the shore. I would always be second in Rowan's heart, because his love belonged to his first mistress, the sea. He would mourn her loss when I was just dust in a grave. There was a loneliness to that knowledge, the same loneliness I'd felt at court, watching the she squabble about insults that occurred 100 years before I was born, and that the she would be still quarreling about 100 years after I died. Bitter, a little, but mostly just very aware that I was an outsider. I was she, so I couldn't be human, and I was mortal, so I couldn't be she, neither fish nor fowl. Even feeling isolated, left out, my gaze slid to the bed. It was a mound of white sheets and scattered pillows. Rowan had stripped it, but had only done a haphazard job of remaking it. If the sheets were clean, he never understood the reason for getting the wrinkles out. I had a sudden image of him naked against those white sheets. The vision was so sharp that it hurt, tightening my stomach, twisting lower things, until it was hard to breathe. I leaned against the closed door until I could move, then straightened. I would not be controlled by chemicals and magic. I was she, a weak, lesser she, but that didn't change that I was the height of all we and men called magical. I wasn't some human peasant with my first taste of fairy. I was a princess of the she, and I would, by goddess, act like it. I locked the door behind me, and even the sound of the lock going home didn't make Rowan turn. He would commune with his view until he was ready for me. I didn't have the patience for it tonight. I walked past him through the darkened room to the bathroom. I turned the bathroom light on and was blinking in the brightness. The bathroom was tiny, barely room for the stool, small sink, and the bathtub. The tub might have been original to the house because it was deep and claw-footed and very antique-looking. The shower curtain had been strung on a rail above the tub. The curtain had seals from all over the world on it, with their common names in print by each image. I'd ordered it from one of those catalogs that you always seem to get when you have a background in biology, found it in among the animal motif T-shirts, candles shaped like animals, books about trips to the Arctic Circle, and summers spent watching wolves in remote places. Rowan had loved the curtain, and I'd loved giving it to him. I loved having sex in the shower surrounded by my gift for him. I had a sudden image of his body, wet and naked, the feel of his skin slick with soap. I cursed softly and flung the curtain aside. I turned the water on so it would get warm. I needed the tears off of me before I did something regrettable. I would be safe tonight. No one would be able to show up on my doorstep until tomorrow at the earliest. I could take Rowan, fill my hands with the silk of his skin, coat my body in the sweet-scented closeness of his body. Who would it hurt? It was the tears talking, not me. I needed tonight for my head start if I was to get out of town. The police wouldn't like me leaving town, but the cops wouldn't kill me, and my family would. Hell, California wasn't even a death penalty state. The dress was ripped enough that I tried to pull the sleeves down over my shoulders like a jacket, but the zipper still held it in place. The front of the dress was soaked thick and heavy with the oil. I'd never known anyone to waste so much of something that even the she considered so valuable. But if I'd died with Alistair Norton, then maybe the she-wizard was hoping that no one would know what Branwen's tears were. The she were very snobbish about what the lesser fae did and did not know. He, she, or they might have thought with me dead, they'd be safe. The she, whoever they were, had given Branwen's tears to a mortal to be used against other fae. It was punishable by eternal torture. There are a few downsides to being immortal. One of the biggest is that punishment can last a very, very long time. Of course, so can pleasure. I closed my eyes as if that would chase away the images that came flooding back. It wasn't Rowan I was thinking of. It was Griffin. He'd been my fiancé for 7 years. If we'd managed to get with child, we'd have been wife and husband. But there had been no child, and in the end, there had only been pain. He'd betrayed me with other she-women, and when I had the bad taste to protest, he told me he was tired of being with a half-mortal. He wanted the real thing, not a pale imitation. I could still hear the words stinging in my ears, but it was his golden flesh I saw behind my eyes, his copper hair spilled across my body, the way candlelight glistened along the shining length of him. I hadn't thought about him in years, and now I could taste him on my lips. For this one night while the oil lasted, it could make a lesser fae, or a human, she. They would shine with our power and give and take pleasure as one of us. It was a great gift, but like most gifts of fairy, it was a double-edged one, because the human or fae would spend the rest of their life longing for that power, that touch. A human could waste and die from lack of it. Rowan was a fae without his magic, without his sealskin. He had no magic of his own to protect him from what the tears could do to him. I'd known how much I missed the touch of another she, but until this moment I hadn't realized how much. If Griffin had been in the other room, I'd have gone to him. I might have driven a knife through his heart in the morning, but tonight, I'd have gone to him. I heard Rowan in the doorway behind me, but didn't turn. I didn't want to see him standing there. I wasn't sure my abused strength of will could take it. The front of the dress was ripped, ruined, but I still couldn't get the zipper myself. "Could you please unzip me?" My voice sounded strangled, as if the words had to be pulled from my lips, I think because what I wanted to say was, "Take me, you rowdy beast." But that lacked a certain dignity, and Rowan deserved better than to be left craving something he could never touch again. I could drop my glamour and sleep with him after this night, but every night he touched me in true form would only draw the addiction tighter. He unzipped me, hands moving up to help slide the dress from my shoulders. I jerked away from him. "My skin is soaked with the tears. Don't touch me." "Even with the gloves on?" he asked. I'd forgotten about the surgical gloves. No, I guess with the gloves you'll be safe enough. He lifted the cloth off my shoulders, slowly, carefully, as if he were afraid to touch me. I slipped my arms out, but the cloth was so thick with oil that the dress wouldn't slide. It clung to me like a thick, heavy hand, sucking against my skin as I peeled it down my body. Rowan helped me pull the wet cloth over my hips, kneeling so I could step out of it. I was unsteady on the high heels and cursed softly that I hadn't taken them off sooner. I'd closed my eyes so I wouldn't see him as he helped me undress. I touched his shoulder to steady myself on the high heels and nearly fell away because my hand touched bare skin. I opened my eyes and found him kneeling in front of me, nude except for the gloves. I stumbled back from him so violently that I ended up in the tub on my ass, one hand held out in front of me to ward him off. I was sitting in about an inch of water and fumbled for the faucets to turn the water off, though I might have been better off leaving it on and crawling under it. Rowan was laughing.
I thought I'd get you unzipped before you noticed, but I didn't know you'd close your eyes.
He stripped the gloves off using his teeth, my dress still in his arms. He plunged his naked hands into the oil-soaked cloth, hugged it against his bare chest. I was shaking my head over and over. "You don't know what you're doing, Rowan." He looked at me over the tub edge, and there was nothing innocent in his big brown eyes.
"For tonight I can be she for you."
I sat in the tub like I was about to take a shower in my underwear and tried to sound reasonable. All the blood seemed to have left my brain and gathered in other places. It made it hard to think. "I can't do glamour tonight, Rowan."
"I don't want you to do glamour. I want to be with you, Mary. No masks, no illusions."
"Without your own magic, you'll be like a human. You won't be able to protect yourself from the charm. You'll be elf-struck."
"I won't wither and die for want of she-flesh, Mary. I may have lost my magic, but I am immortal."
"You may not die, Rowan, but forever is a long time to want what you cannot have."
"I know what I want,"
he said. I started to open my mouth to tell him at least part of the truth, part of the reason that I had to clean myself off and get out of town, but he stood up and my voice died in my throat. I couldn't breathe, let alone talk. All I could do was stare. He wadded the dress in his hand so tight that the muscles in his arms strained with the movement. Oil squeezed out of the cloth, gliding in slow lines from his chest across the flat smoothness of his stomach, trailing ever lower. He was already smooth and hard, but when the oil slid over him, his breath caught in a sharp hiss. He ran one hand down his stomach, spreading the oil in a gleaming sheet across the pale perfection of his skin. I should have told him to stop, should have screamed for help, but I watched his hand move lower until he cupped himself, slid the oil over the hardness of himself. His head threw back, eyes closed, and words tore in a loud gasp from his strained throat. "Oh, gods!" I remembered that there was something important I should have been saying or doing, but for my life I couldn't remember what it was. I was thinking things, but not words. Words had deserted me, leaving only images, sight, touch, smell, and finally, taste. Rowan's skin tasted overwhelmingly of cinnamon and vanilla, but under that was something green, herbal, a light, clean taste like drinking spring water straight from the heart of the earth. Under all that was the taste of his skin, sweet, smooth, and lightly salted with sweat. We ended on the bed. My clothes were gone, though I didn't remember them going. We were naked and slick with oil on the clean white sheets. The feel of his body sliding over mine brought my breath shuddering from between half-parted lips. He kissed me, tongue probing, and I opened to him, rising from the bed to force his tongue deeper inside my mouth. My hips moved with the kiss, and he took it as an invitation, sliding inside me, slowly, until he found me wet and ready. Then he slammed the length of him inside me, as fast as far as it would go. I cried out under him, body rising off the bed, and falling back against the sheets, staring up at him. His face was inches from mine, his eyes so close they filled my view. He watched my face as he moved inside me, half raised on his arm so he could watch my body writhe underneath him. I couldn't stay still. I had to move, had to rise up to meet him, until a rhythm built between us, a rhythm forged of pounding flesh, the thundering of our hearts, the slick juices of our bodies, and the throbbing of every nerve. It was as if one touch was many caresses, one kiss, 1,000 kisses. Each movement of his body seemed to fill me like warm water spreading out and out, filling up my skin, my muscles, my blood, my bones, until it was all one rush of warmth that built and built like the press of light as night fades. My body sang with it. My fingertips tingled, and just when I thought I couldn't hold any more, the warmth turned to heat and roared over me, through me. Distantly I heard noises, screaming, and it was Rowan, and it was me. He collapsed on top of me, suddenly heavier, his neck lying against my face so that I felt his pulse like a racing thing jumping against my skin. We lay there entwined as intimately as man can be with woman, holding each other until our hearts slowed. Rowan raised his head first, propping himself on his arms to look down at me. The look was one of wonderment, like a child who had learned a new joy that until that moment he hadn't known existed. He said nothing, just stared down at me, smiling. I was smiling too, but there was a vein of wistfulness to mine. I remembered now what I'd forgotten. I should have showered and fled the city. I should never have touched Rowan with Branwen's tears on our bodies. But the damage was done. My voice came soft, strange to my own ears, as if we hadn't spoken for a very long time. "Look at your skin." Rowan glanced at his own body and hissed like a startled cat. He rolled off my body to sit staring at his hands, arms, everything. He was glowing, a soft, nearly amber light, as if fire were being reflected through a golden jewel, and that jewel was his body. "What is it?" he asked, voice low and almost frightened. "You are she for tonight." He looked at me. "I don't understand," he said. I sighed. "I know." He put his hand just above my skin. I glowed with a white, cold light, like moonlight caught behind glass. The amber glow of his hand reflected off the white glow, turning it pale yellow as his hand moved just above my skin. "What can I do with it?" I watched him move that glowing hand down my body, still careful not to touch my skin. "I don't know. Every she is different. We all have different abilities, different variations on a theme." He laid his hand against the scar on my ribs, just under my left breast. It hurt like the twinge of arthritis when it's cold, but it wasn't cold. I moved his hand away from the mark. It was the perfect imprint of a hand, bigger than Rowan's, longer, more slender fingers. It was brown and raised slightly above my skin. The scar turned black when my skin glowed, as if the light could not touch it. A bad spot. "What happened?" he asked. "I was in a duel." He started to touch the scar again, and I grabbed his hand, pressing our flesh together, forcing that amber glow into my white. It felt as if our hands melded together, the flesh parting, swallowing. He jerked away, rubbing his hand against his chest, but that slid the oil over his hand, and that didn't help. Rowan still didn't understand that he'd had only the first taste of what it could mean to be she. Every she has a hand of power. Some can heal by touch, some can kill. The she I fought placed her hand against my ribs. She broke my ribs, tore through muscle, and tried to crush my heart, all without ever breaking the skin. "You lost the duel," he said. "I lost the duel, but I survived, and that was always win enough for me." Rowan frowned. "You seem saddened. I know you enjoyed it. Why such gloom?" He trailed a finger along my face, and the glow intensified where we touched. I turned my face from him. "It's too late to save you, Rowan, but it's not too late to save myself." I felt him lie down beside me, and I moved my body just enough to keep him from lying the length of himself along the length of me. I looked at him from inches away. "Save you from what, Mary?" "I can't tell you why, but I need to leave tonight, not just this apartment, but the city." He looked startled. "Why?" I shook my head. "If I told you that, you'd be in more danger than you are already." He accepted that and didn't ask again.
Is there anything I can do to help?"
I smiled, then laughed. "I can't go to my car, let alone the airport glowing like a rising moon, and I can't do glamour until the oil wears away."
"How long?"
he asked. "I don't know." I stared down the length of his body and found him limp, though he recovered quickly as a rule. But I knew something he didn't. Tonight, like it or not, I was she.
"What is your hand of power?"
he asked. Though it had taken him a long time to ask the question, he must have truly wanted to know, to ask that which was not offered. I sat up. "I don't have one." He frowned.
"You said all she have one."
I nodded. It's one of many excuses the others have used over the years to deny me.
"Deny you what?"
"Everything." I ran my hand just above the line of his body, and the amber light intensified, following my touch like a fire when you breathe on it to make it glow. When our hands melded, it was one of the side effects of the power. Our entire bodies can do the same. He raised eyebrows at that. I cupped him in my hand and he responded, but I spilled power into him and he was instantly hard, instantly ready. It made his stomach contract, made him sit up, moving my hand away from him.
"It felt almost too good. It almost hurt."
I nodded. "Yes." He gave a nervous laugh.
I thought you didn't have a hand of power."
"I don't, but I am descended from 5 different fertility deities. I can bring you back to strength all night, as quickly and as often as we want." I leaned my face toward his. "You are like a child tonight, Rowan. You can't control the power, but I can. I could bring you again and again until you rubbed yourself raw and begged me to stop." He'd lain down on the bed as I moved over him until he was staring up at me, eyes wide, his auburn hair spilled around his face. Tonight, it was almost the same shade as mine. Almost. He spoke in a breathy rush.
"If you do that, it will be your flesh that gets rubbed raw, too."
"Think if I was not the only she in this room, Rowan. Think what we could make you do, and you could not stop us." I spoke the last into his half-parted lips. When I kissed him, he jumped as if it had hurt, and I knew it hadn't. I pulled back enough to see his face. "You're afraid of me." He swallowed.
"Yes."
"Good. Now you begin to understand what you have called to life in this room. Power comes with a price, Rowan, and so does pleasure. You have called both, and if I were a different she, you would pay dearly for them." I watched the fear slide across his face, fill his eyes. It pleased me. I liked the edge that fear could give sex, not the big fear, where you truly weren't sure you'd both come out alive, but the lesser fear, where you risked blood, pain, but nothing that wouldn't heal, nothing you didn't want. There's a vast difference between a little game playing and cruelty. I wasn't into cruelty. I stared down at Rowan, that sweet flesh, those lovely eyes, and I wanted to scratch nails over that perfect body, sink teeth into his flesh, and draw just a little bit of blood in a lot of different places. The thought tightened my body in places where most people didn't respond to violence, no matter how mild. Bad wiring, maybe, but there comes a point when you either embrace who and what you are, or condemn yourself to be miserable all your days. Other people will try to make you miserable. Don't help them by doing the job yourself. I wanted to share a little pain, a little blood, a little fear, but Rowan wasn't into any of that. Hurting him wouldn't bring him pleasure, and I wasn't into torture. I was not a sexual sadist, and Rowan would never know how lucky he was that that particular miswiring was not part of my urges. Of course, there are always other urges. I wanted him so badly that I didn't trust myself to be careful. Rowan would carry the desire for this experience to his grave, whenever that would be. But he could carry more than psychological scars away from this night, if I wasn't careful. Even now, even here with him, she, for this one night, I couldn't drop all my control. I was still going to have to be the one in charge, the one that said what we would do and what we wouldn't, the one that said how far things would go. I was achingly tired of being the one who drew the line. It wasn't just the magic I missed. It was having someone else in charge, or at least someone equal. I didn't want to have to worry about hurting my lover. I wanted my lover to be able to protect himself so that I could truly do what I wanted to do without fearing for his safety. Was that really too much to ask? I glanced back at Rowan. He lay on his back, one arm flung over his head, the other arm lying across his stomach, one leg drawn up so that he was displayed in all his glory. The fear had faded from his face, leaving only desire behind. He had no idea how bad things could get in the next few hours if I wasn't ever so careful. I hid my face in my hands. I didn't want to be careful. I wanted everything that the magic could give me tonight, and to hell with the consequences. Maybe if I hurt him enough, Rowan wouldn't look back on it as something wonderful. Maybe he wouldn't crave it like some golden dream. Maybe he'd fear it like a nightmare. A small voice in my head said it would be kinder in the long run. Make him fear us, our touch, our magic, so that he would never want the touch of she hands on his body again. A little pain now to save him from an eternity of suffering later on. I knew it was lies, and still I couldn't look at him. His fingertips brushed my back, and I jumped like he'd hit me. I kept my hands over my face. I wasn't ready to look again. Those aren't burn scars on your shoulders, are they? I lowered my hands but kept my eyes closed. No. What then? It was another duel. He used magic to try and force me to shapeshift in the middle of the fight. I heard, felt, Rowan moving along the bed closer to me, but he didn't try and touch me again. I was grateful. But changing shape doesn't hurt. It feels wonderful. Maybe to a Rowan, but not to one of us. Changing shapes is painful, like all your bones breaking at once and reforming. I can't change shape on my own at all, but I've seen it in others. You're helpless for the minutes it takes to change form. The other she was trying to distract you. Yes. I opened my eyes and stared into the blackness of the windows. They acted like a dark mirror, showing Rowan sitting just behind me, body half lost to sight, glowing like the sun behind the moon of my body. The 3 rings of color in my eyes glowed bright enough that even from that distance you could see the individual colors. Emerald, jade, liquid gold. Even Rowan's eyes had lightened to a dark honey brown like glowing bronze. She magic suited him. He reached for me, and I tensed. He traced his hand over the rippled skin of the scars. How did you stop him from changing you into something else? I killed him. I saw Rowan's eyes widen in the windows, felt his body tense. You killed a she-royal? Yes. But they are immortal. I am truly mortal, Rowan. What is the one way for all the eternal fae to die? I watched the thoughts flicker across his face and finally saw the realization in his eyes. To invoke mortal blood, the mortal shares our immortality, and we share the mortal's mortality. Exactly. He sat close to me, going up on his knees, but he spoke to my reflection, not directly to me. But that is a very specific ritual. You can't invoke mortality by accident. The ritual for a duel binds the 2 participants together in mortal combat. Among the unseelie she, they share blood before they fight. His eyes went wider still, until they were like 2 huge pools of darkness. When they drank your blood, they shared your mortality. Yes. Did they know that? I smiled then. I couldn't help it. Not until Arzul died with my dagger sticking out of him. You must have put up a hard battle for him to try and change your form. It's a major spell for the she. If he didn't fear death, then you must have hurt him badly. I shook my head. He was showing off. It wasn't enough that he meant to kill me, he wanted to humiliate me first. For one she to force a shapeshift on another is proof that they are the more powerful magician. So he was showing off, Rowan said. It was the closest he would probably get to asking what happened next. I stabbed him, just hoping to distract him, but my father always taught me never to waste a strike. Even if you know you face an immortal, strike as if they could die because death blows hurt more, even if they won't kill. Did you kill the one who scarred you here? His hand came from behind to trace my ribs. I shuddered at his touch, and not because it hurt. No, Rosenwyn is still alive.
Then why didn't she crush your heart?
His hand slid around my waist, holding me against his body, cradling me. I let myself rest in the curve of his arms, the solid warmth of his body. Because her duel was after Arzul, and when I stabbed her, she panicked, I think. She called the duel won without making the kill. He rubbed his cheek along mine, and we both watched the colors mingle as our skins touched.
It was the last duel, then,
he said. No, I said. He kissed my cheek very softly.
No.
No, there was one more. I turned my face to him. His lips brushed mine, not quite a kiss.
What happened?
He spoke the words in a warm breath against my mouth. Bledden had been one of the Seelie court once, before he did something so awful that no one will speak of it, and he was cast out. But he was so powerful that the Unseelie court took him in. His true name was lost, and he became Bledden. It means wolf, or outlaw, or did once very long ago. It meant he was an outlaw even among the dark court. Rowan kissed the side of my neck where my pulse beat just under the skin. My pulse sped at that light touch. He raised his face enough to ask, "How was he an outlaw?" Then he began to kiss his way down my neck. He was subject to horrible rages for no reason. If he hadn't been surrounded by immortals, he'd have killed people, friends as well as enemies. Rowan's kisses had worked down to my shoulder, then my arm. He stopped just long enough to say, "Just rages," then lowered his head and kissed until he found the bend in my arm. He lifted my arm so that he could lock his mouth around the fragile skin at the bend. He sucked sudden and sharp on the skin, teeth sinking into my arm enough to hurt, enough to make me gasp. Rowan didn't care for pain, but he was an attentive lover, and he knew what I liked, as I knew what he liked. But I suddenly couldn't concentrate on what I was saying. He raised his face from my arm, leaving a round, nearly perfect imprint of his small, sharp teeth. He hadn't broken the skin. I'd never been able to persuade him to go that far, but the mark against my flesh pleased me, made me bend toward him. He stopped me, asking, "Was it just rages, or were there other things that marked Bledden as dangerous?" It took me a second to remember. I had to sit back from him. "If you want to hear the story, behave yourself." He lay on his side, one arm flung underneath his head for a pillow. He stretched his body so that I had to notice the way the muscles moved under that gleaming skin. I thought I was behaving myself. I shook my head. "You'll make me forget myself, Rowan. You don't want that." "I want you tonight, Mary. I want all of you. No glamour, no hiding, no holding back." He sat up suddenly, peering so close to my face that I started to move back, but he grabbed my arm. "I want to be what you need tonight, Mary." I shook my head. "You don't understand what you're asking." "No, I don't. But if you're ever going to have everything, tonight is the night." He grabbed my other arm, pulling us both to our knees, his fingers digging in enough that I knew I'd be bruised tomorrow. That one forceful movement made my heart beat faster. "I've lived for centuries, Mary. If either of us is a child, it's you, not me." His words were fierce, and I'd never seen him like this, so forceful, so demanding. I could have said, "You're hurting me, Rowan," but I was enjoying that part, so instead I said, "You don't sound like yourself." "I knew you held your glamour in place even when we lay together, but I never dreamed how much you were hiding." He shook me twice, hard enough that I almost told him it did hurt. "Don't hide, Mary." He kissed me then, bruising his lips against mine, forcing his mouth against mine, until, if I hadn't opened my mouth, he might have cut either his lips or mine on our teeth. He forced me back on the bed, and I wasn't having a good time. I liked pain, not rape. I stopped him with a hand on his chest, pushing him away from me. He was still above me, eyes strangely fierce, but he was listening. "What are you trying to do, Rowan?" "What happened in your last duel?" The change of subject was too fast for me. "What?" "Your last duel. What happened?" His voice, his face was all seriousness, while his naked body pressed against mine. "I killed him." "How?" Somehow I knew he wasn't asking about the mechanics of the kill. He underestimated me.
I have never underestimated you, Mary. Don't do less for me. Don't treat me as less just because I'm not she. I am a thing of fairy with not a drop of mortal blood in my veins. Do not fear for me.
His voice was normal again, but there was still an undercurrent of fierceness. I stared up into his face and saw the pride there, not a masculine pride, but the pride of the Fae. I was treating him as less than Fae, and he deserved better, but... "What if I hurt you without meaning to?"
I'll heal,
he said. It made me smile because in that moment I loved him. Not the kind of love that the bards sing of, but it was love all the same. "All right, but let's pick a position that puts you dominant, not me." A thought filled his eyes.
You don't trust yourself?
"No," I said.
Then trust me. I won't break.
"Promise," I said. He smiled and kissed my forehead, gently, like you'd kiss a child.
Promise.
I took him at his word. I ended with my hands gripping the cool metal rods of the headboard. Rowan's body pinned mine to the bed, his groin cupped against my buttocks. It was a position that gave him a great deal of control and kept most of my body turned away from him. I couldn't touch him with my hands. There were so many things I couldn't do from this position, and it was why I'd chosen it. Short of being tied up, it was the safest thing I could think of, and Rowan didn't like bondage. Besides, the real dangers had nothing to do with hands or teeth or anything purely physical. Bonds wouldn't really have helped, except to serve as a reminder for me to be careful. I was very afraid that somewhere in the welter of power and flesh, I would forget everything but pleasure, and Rowan would suffer for it. And I didn't mean suffer in a good way. The moment he slid inside me, I knew I was in trouble. He was a fearsome thing, holding himself up on his hands so that he could force himself into me with all the strength of his back and hips. I'd once seen Rowan punch his fist through a car door to impress a would-be mugger that we weren't worth the trouble. It was like he was trying to push his way into my body and out the other side. I realized something I hadn't before. Rowan had thought I was human with Fae blood, but still human. He'd been as careful of me as I had of him. The difference was that I feared my magic would harm him, and he'd feared his physical strength. Tonight there would be no holding back, no true safety net for either of us. For the first time, I realized that I might be the one injured, not Rowan. Sex with an edge of true danger, there's nothing like it. Add magic that could melt your skin, and it was going to be a very good night. His body caught a harsh rhythm coming in and out of mine. There was a sound of flesh hitting flesh every time he thrust into me. This was what I'd wanted for so very long. He took my body, and I felt the first wave of pleasure. I suddenly worried that he'd bring me before the magic had time to build. I opened my metaphysical skin as I opened my legs, but instead of letting him enter me, I reached up to him. I opened his aura, his magic, like he'd unzipped my dress earlier. His body began to sink into mine, not physically, but the effect is surprisingly similar. He hesitated with his body sheathed inside mine, stopping. I could feel his pulse speeding, not from physical exertion, but from fear. He drew himself out of me completely, and for one heart-rending moment, I thought he was going to stop, that it would all stop. Then he entered me again, and it was as if he gave himself completely to me, to us, to the night. The amber and moonlight glow of our skins expanded until we moved in a cocoon of light, of warmth, of power. Every thrust of his body raised the power. Every writhe of my body underneath him drew the magic like a choking shield around us, close and suffocating. I knew that I was trying to draw him inside me, not his organ, but him, like my magic was trying to drink him up. I dug my fingers into the metal rods of the bed until the metal bit into my skin and made me think again. Rowan collapsed his body on top of mine, so that the line of his chest and stomach molded against my back, while his groin thrust between my legs. He couldn't get as much power from this angle, but the magic flared between us at the touch of so much skin. Our bodies melded as our hands had earlier, and I could feel him sinking into my back until our hearts touched, fluttering together in a dance more intimate than anything we'd known before. Our hearts began to beat together, closer and closer until the rhythm was identical, and it was one heart, one body, one being, and I no longer knew where I stopped and Rowan began. It was in that moment of near-perfect unison that I first heard the sea, a soft, murmuring rush of waves on the shore. I floated bodiless, formless in a shining place of light with nothing but the beating of our joined hearts to let me know I was still flesh and not pure magic. And in that shining, formless place, with no bodies to hold us, there was a hurrying, flowing, spilling sound of water. The sound of the ocean chased our heartbeats, filled that bright place. Our heartbeats sank into the waves. We sank deeper and deeper in a blinding circle of light, under the water. And there was no fear. We had come home. We were surrounded by water on every side, and I could feel the pressure of the depth pushing against our hearts, as if it would crush us. But I knew it wouldn't. Rowan knew it wouldn't. The thought, a separate thought, sent us rising up and up toward the surface of the invisible ocean that held us. I was aware of how frighteningly cold it was, and I was afraid, and Rowan wasn't. He was joyous. We surfaced, and though I knew we were still pressed to the bed in his apartment, I felt the air hit my face. I drew a great breath of air, and I was suddenly aware that the sea was warm. The water was so warm, warmer than blood, warm enough to be almost hot. I was suddenly aware of my body again. I could feel Rowan's body inside mine, but the swirl and rush of warm ocean flowed over us. My eyes told me I was still on the bed, hands holding to the headboard, but I could feel the warm, warm water swirling over us. The invisible ocean filled the glowing light of our two mingled bodies, like water inside a goldfish bowl, the ocean held by our power like metaphysical glass. Our bodies were like the wicks of some floating candle, caught in the water and the glass, fire, water, and flesh. Our bodies began to be more real, more solid. The feel of invisible ocean began to fade. The light of our skins began to shrink back inside the shields of our skins. Then the pleasure took us, and the warmth that had been in the water, in the light, crashed over us. We cried out. The warmth became heat, and it filled me up, spilled out my skin, my hands. Sounds tore from my mouth, too primitive to be screams. Rowan's body bucked against mine, and the magic held us both, drawing out the orgasm until I felt the metal of the bed begin to melt under my hands. Rowan screamed, and it wasn't a scream of pleasure. Finally, we were free. He rolled off of me, and I heard him fall onto the floor. I turned, still lying on my stomach. He was lying on his side, one hand flung up, reaching for me. I had one quick glimpse of his face, eyes wide and terrified, before fur spilled over that face, and he collapsed in a royal of sleek fur. I sat up on the bed, reaching for him, knowing there was nothing I could do. Then there was a seal lying on the apartment floor, a large, reddish-furred seal, staring at me with Rowan's brown eyes. All I could do was stare. There were no words. The seal moved clumsily toward the bed. Then a seam that hadn't been there opened up the front of the animal, and Rowan crawled out. He stood up, holding the new skin in his arms. He stared at me, a look of soft wonder on his face. He was crying, but I don't think he knew it. I went to him, touching the skin, touching him, as if neither one was real. I hugged him, and my hands found his back was whole, untouched, the skin as smooth and perfect as the rest of him. The burn scars were gone. He slipped the skin back on before I could find words. The seal stared up at me, moving around the room in awkward, almost snake-like movements. Then Rowan stepped out of the skin again. He turned to me and began to laugh. He picked me up around the thighs, lifting me up above his head, wrapping us both in the sealskin. He danced us around the room, laughing while the tears hadn't even dried on his face. I was crying too, and laughing. Rowan collapsed on the bed, spilling me across it, lying on top of his sealskin. I was suddenly so tired, horribly tired. I needed to shower and leave. I wasn't glowing anymore. I was almost sure I could do glamour again, but I couldn't keep my eyes open. I'd been drunk only once in my life, and I'd passed out. That was what was happening. I was about to pass out from Branwen's tears, or just too much magic. We fell asleep curled in each other's arms, with the skin wrapped around us. The last thing I thought before we fell into a sleep deeper than anything natural wasn't a thought for my safety. The skin was warm as Rowan's arms around me, and I knew that the skin was just as alive, just as much a part of him. I fell into darkness curled between pieces of Rowan's warmth, Rowan's magic, Rowan's love. Chapter 8. A voice was saying softly, "Mary, Mary." A hand stroked the side of my face, smoothing back my hair. I turned, cuddling against the hand, opening my eyes. But the overhead light was on, and I was blinded for a second. I flung a hand up to guard my eyes and turned on my side, burying my face in the pillow. I managed to say, "Turn off the light." I felt the bed move, and a second later the rim of brightness under the pillow was gone. I raised my head from the pillow and found the room in near-perfect darkness. It had been nearly dawn when Rowan and I fell asleep. It should have been light outside. I sat up and looked around the darkened room. Somehow I wasn't surprised that Jeremy was standing by the light switch. I didn't bother looking for Rowan. I knew where he was. He was in the ocean with his new skin. He hadn't left me unprotected, but he had left me. Maybe it should have hurt my feelings, but it didn't. I'd given Rowan back his first love, the sea. There's an old saying, never come between a fairy and his magic. Rowan was in the arms of his beloved, and it wasn't me. We might never see each other again, and he hadn't said goodbye. But I knew that if ever I needed something, he could give me. I could go down to the sea and call him, and he would come. But he couldn't give me love. I loved Rowan, but I wasn't in love with him. Lucky me. I knelt naked in the wrinkled sheets, staring out at the black windows. How long did we sleep? It's 8 o'clock Friday night. I slid off the bed and stood. Oh, my God! I take it that means that you still being in town after dark is a bad thing. I looked at him. He stood near the door and the light switch. It was hard to tell in the dark, but he seemed dressed in one of his usual suits, impeccably tailored, compact and elegant. But there was an underlying tension to him, as if he wanted to say other things, more direct things, or maybe he knew something already, something bad. What's happened? Nothing yet, he said. I stared at him. What do you think is going to happen? I couldn't quite keep the suspicion out of my voice. Jeremy laughed. Don't worry, I haven't made any calls, but I'm sure the police have by now. I don't know why you've been hiding all this time, but if you're hiding from the Slua, the host, then you're in deep trouble. Slua was a rude name for the lesser unseelie fae. The host was the polite phrase. Rude first, polite was an afterthought. Oh well. Only another unseelie could say Slua and not have it be a mortal insult. I'm an unseelie princess. Why should I be hiding from them? He leaned back against the wall. That is the question, isn't it? Even across the room in the dark, I could feel the weight of his gaze, the intensity of it. It was impolite for a fae to ask another direct questions, but, oh, he wanted to ask. You could feel the unasked questions like something touchable in the air between us. Jump in the shower like a good girl. He lifted a bag from the floor near his feet. I brought you clothes. The van is downstairs with Ringo and Uther in it. We'll get you to the airport. Helping me could be very dangerous, Jeremy. Then hurry. I don't have my passport. He tossed a small paper-wrapped packet onto the bed. It was the packet of papers that stayed taped under the seat of my car. He'd brought my new identity. How did you know? You've hidden from the human authorities your relatives and their henchmen for 3 years. You're not stupid. You knew you'd be found, thus you had a plan to cover yourself. I will say that the next time I'd hide the secret papers in a different spot. It was one of the first places I looked. I stared at the packet, then at him. That wasn't all that was under the seat. He opened his jacket like a model on the runway, showing off the smooth line of his shirt and tie. but he was flashing the gun tucked into the waistband of his pants. It was just a darker shape against the paleness of his shirt, but I knew it was a 9mm Ladysmith because it was my gun. He took an extra clip out of one pocket. "The box of extra ammo is in the sack with your clothes." He laid the gun on top of the taped packet and stepped back around the bed so that it stood between us. "You seem nervous, Jeremy."
"Shouldn't I be?"
"Nervous of me? I didn't think you'd be impressed with royalty." I watched his face, tried to read what lay underneath and couldn't. He was hiding something. He raised his left hand in the air.
"Let's just say that Branwen's Tears has a long shelf life. Take the shower."
"I don't feel the power of the spell anymore."
"Good for you. But trust me about the shower."
I looked at him. "It's bothering you to see me nude." He nodded.
"My apologies for that, but it's why Ringo and Uther are down in the van, just as a precaution."
I smiled at him, and I found myself wanting to step closer to him, to close a little of that careful distance. I didn't want Jeremy in that way, but the urge to see just how much of a hold I could have on him was there, like a dark thought. It wasn't like me to want to push the envelope with a friend. An enemy, maybe, but not a friend. Was it a leftover urge from last night? Or were the tears still affecting me more than I realized? I didn't think about it again. I just turned and walked to the bathroom. A quick shower and we'd be on our way to the airport. 20 minutes later, I was ready, my hair still soaking wet. I was dressed in a pair of navy blue dress slacks, an emerald green silk blouse, and a navy suit jacket that matched the pants. Jeremy had also chosen a pair of black low-heeled pumps and included a pair of black thigh-highs. Since I didn't own any other kind of hose, that I didn't mind. But the rest of it, next time you pick out clothes for me to run for my life in, include some jogging shoes. Pumps, no matter how low-heeled, just aren't made for it.
"I never have any problem in dress shoes," he said.
He was reclining in one of the stiff-backed kitchen chairs. He made the chair look comfortable, and he looked graceful as he reclined in it. Jeremy was too in control, in a tight modern sort of way, to ever be called cat-like. But cat was what came to mind as I watched him curled around the chair, except that cats didn't pose. They just were. Jeremy was definitely posed and trying to appear at ease, and failing.
"I am sorry that I forgot your brown contact lenses. Not that it seems to be a problem. I like the eyes as jade green. Striking. Matches the blouse, but very human. Though I'd have kept more red in the hair and made it less auburn."
Red hair stands out at a glance even in a crowd. Glamour is supposed to help you hide, not single you out.
"I know a lot of fae that use glamour for nothing but attracting attention, being more beautiful, more exotic."
I shrugged. "That's their problem. I don't need to advertise." He stood.
"All this time, and I never guessed you were she. I thought you were fae, true fae, and hiding that for some reason, but I never guessed the truth."
He stood away from the table, hands at his sides. The tension that had been in him since he woke me vibrated from him. "That bothers you, doesn't it?" I said. He nodded.
"I'm this great magician. I should have seen through the illusion. Or is that an illusion, too? Are you a better magician than I am, Mary? Have you hidden your magic, too?"
For the first time I felt the power growing around him. It could be just a shield. Then again, it could be the beginnings of something more. I faced him, feet apart, hands at my side, mirroring him. I called my own power, slowly, carefully. If we'd been gunslingers, he'd have had his gun out, but not pointed. I was still trying to keep my gun in its holster. You'd think after all this time I wouldn't trust anyone, but I just couldn't believe that Jeremy was my enemy. "We don't have time for this, Jeremy."
"I thought I could treat you like nothing had changed, but I can't. I have to know."
"Know what, Jeremy?"
"I want to know how much of the last 3 years has been a lie."
I felt his power breathe out around him, fill up that small, tight space that was his personal aura. He was pumping a lot of power into his shields. A lot of power. My shields were always in place, tight and loaded for bear. It was automatic for me, so automatic that most people, even very sensitive ones, mistook the shielding for my normal power level. It meant that I faced Jeremy with shields at full strength. I didn't have to do anything to add to it. My shielding was better than his. Just a fact. My offensive spells, on the other hand, well, I'd seen Jeremy work magic. He'd never get through my shields, but I'd never be able to hurt him magically. It would come down to blows or weapons. I was hoping it wouldn't have to come to anything. Is the ride to the airport still open, or did you change your mind while I was in the shower?
The ride to the airport is still on, he said.
Most of the Sidhe can see magic in colors or shapes, but I've never been able to do that. I can feel it, though, and Jeremy was crowding the room with all the energy he was pouring into his shields. Then what's with the power trip?
You're Sidhe. You're unseelie Sidhe. That's just a step above being a member of the Slua.
Jeremy's Highland accent leaked through onto the phrases. I'd never heard him lose his all-American from the middle-of-nowhere accent. Made me nervous because many of the Sidhe pride themselves on retaining their original accents, whatever they may be. And your point is what? But I had a sinking feeling that I knew where he was going with it. I'd almost have rather had a fight.
The unseelie thrive on deception. They are not to be trusted.
Am I not to be trusted, Jeremy? Does 3 years of friendship mean less to you than old stories? Some bitter thought crossed his face.
It is not stories.
And again his accent thickened.
I was cast out as a boy from the Trolllands. The Seelie court would not deign to notice a Troll boy. But the unseelie court, they take in everyone.
I smiled before I could stop myself. Not everyone. I don't think Jeremy got the sarcasm.
No, not everyone.
He was so angry that a fine trembling had started in his hands. I was about to pay the bill for a centuries-old grievance. It wouldn't be the first time. It probably wouldn't be the last, but it still pissed me off. We didn't have time for his temper tantrum, let alone one of mine. I'm sorry that my ancestors abused you, Jeremy, but it was before my time. The unseelie court has had a publicist for most of my lifetime.
To spread the lies,
he said in a brogue so thick it was guttural. You want to compare scars? I lifted my shirt out of my pants and let him see the handprint scar on my ribs.
Illusion,
he said, but he sounded doubtful. You can touch it if you want. Glamour fools vision, but not touch, not for another fae. This was a partial truth at best, because I could use glamour to fool every sense, even of another fae, but it wasn't a common ability even among the Sidhe, and I was betting that Jeremy would believe me. Sometimes a plausible lie is quicker than an unwanted truth. He walked toward me slowly, distrust clear on his face. It made my chest tight to see that look on Jeremy's face. He peered at the scar, but stayed out of touching range. He knew that the Sidhe's most powerful personal magic was touch-activated, which meant he knew the Sidhe more intimately than I'd thought. I sighed and laced my fingers on top of my head. The shirt slid down over the scar, but I figured Jeremy could move the cloth. He kept peering up at me as he moved forward into arm's reach. He touched the green silk, but stared into my eyes for a long time before he raised it, as if he were trying to read my thoughts. But my face had gone back to that familiar, polite, slightly bored, empty look that I'd perfected at court. I could watch a friend be tortured, or put a knife into someone's gut with the same look on my face. You don't survive at the court if your face betrays your feelings. Jeremy lifted the cloth slowly, never taking his eyes from my face. He finally had to look down, and I was very careful to make no move, however small, to spook him. I hated that Jeremy Gray, my friend and boss, was treating me like a very dangerous person. If he only knew how very undangerous I was. He ran his fingertips over the raised, slightly roughened flesh. There's more scars on my back, but I just got dressed, so if you don't mind, this is as far as I'm going.
Why didn't I see them when you were naked, or in my office being fitted for the wire?
I didn't want you to see them, but I don't bother hiding them when they're under my clothes.
Never waste magical energy,
he said, as if to himself. He shook his head, as if he were hearing something I couldn't hear. He looked at me and his eyes were puzzled.
We don't have time to stand here and argue, do we?
I've been saying that.
Shit, he said. It's a spell of discontent, distrust, discord. It means they're coming now.
Fear flowed over his face. They could still be miles away, Jeremy.
Or they could be just outside, he said.
He had a point. If they were just outside the door, then a safer bet might be calling the police and waiting for help to arrive. I wouldn't say that unseelie bad guys were hiding in the bushes, but I was pretty sure that if I called up Detective Alvera and said that Princess Meredith was about to be killed on his turf, they'd send help. But if I could, my preference was sneaking away. I needed to know what was out there. Jeremy was looking at me strangely.
You've thought of something. What is it?
The host isn't made up of she, except for one or two sent along as keepers, masters of the hunt. It's part of the horror of being chased by them. I may not be able to find the she if they don't want to be found, but the rest of the host, them I can find. He made a sweeping motion with his hands.
Then by all means.
He didn't argue, didn't ask if I could do it, or if it was safe. He just accepted it. He wasn't acting like my boss anymore. I was Princess Meredith Nicesis, and if I said I could search the night for the host, he believed me. He would never have believed Mary Gentry, not without proof. I cast outward, keeping my shields in place, but flinging my power wide. It was dangerous, because if they were on top of us, then that opening might be all they needed to overwhelm me. But it was the only way to know how close they were. I felt Uther and Ringo outside, felt their beings, their magic. There was the force of the sea and a thrumming to the land, the magic of all living things, but nothing else. I cast farther and farther outward, mile after mile, and there was nothing. Then, there, almost at the edge of my limit, something pressed on the air like a storm moving this way. But it wasn't a storm, or at least not a storm of wind and rain. It was too far away for me to get a clear sense of what creatures of fairy rode with the she. But it was enough. We had some time. I pulled back inside my shields, squeezing them tight. They're miles from here.
Then how did they do this spell of discord?
My aunt could whisper it on the night wind and it would find its target.
From Illinois?
It might take a day or 3, but yes, from Illinois. But don't look so worried. She would never dirty her hands personally with fetch and carry duties. She may want me dead, but not from a distance. She'll want to make an example of me, and for that they'll need to get me home.
How much time do we have?
I shook my head. An hour, maybe 2.
We can get you to the airport in time, then. Getting you out of town is the only thing I can offer. One she-magician, one not even on the spot, kept me out of Alistair Norton's house. I can't break she-magic, and that means I'm not going to be any help to you.
You sent the spiders through the warding at Norton's house. You warned me to hide under the bed. You did great. He gave me a strange look.
I thought you did the spiders.
There was a moment when we stared at each other. It wasn't me, I said.
It wasn't me either, he said softly.
I know this is a cliché, but if it wasn't you, and it wasn't me, I left the rest unsaid.
Uther isn't capable of something like that.
Rowan doesn't do active magic, I said. I was suddenly cold, and it had nothing to do with the temperature. One of us had to say it, out loud. Then who was it? Who saved me?
Jeremy shook his head. I don't know. Sometimes the unseelie can befriend you before they break you.
Don't believe all the stories you hear, Jeremy.
It's not a story.
Anger made those simple words hot and unpleasant. I realized suddenly just how afraid he was. The anger was a shield for the fear. His reactions all had a personal taste to them. He wasn't just afraid in a general way. It was specific, based on something besides stories or legends. Have you been up close and personal with the host? He nodded and unlocked the door.
We may only have an hour. Let's get out of here.
I pressed my hands to the door, stopped him from opening it. This is important, Jeremy. If you've been in thrall to one of them, then that she will have power over you. I need to know what was done. Then he did something I hadn't expected. He started unbuttoning his shirt. I raised eyebrows. You're not still being affected by Branwen's tears, are you? He smiled then, not his usual smile, but still an improvement.
I was befriended once before by a member of the host.
He left the tie and collar tight, but unbuttoned the rest, slipped his jacket off, folded it over one arm, and gave me his back.
Lift the shirt.
I didn't want to lift the shirt. I'd seen what my relatives could do when they got creative. There were so many awful possibilities, none of which I wanted to see carved into Jeremy's flesh. But I lifted the crisp gray cloth because I had to know. I didn't gasp because I was prepared. Screaming was overkill. His back was covered in burn scars, as if someone had pressed a red-hot brand into his flesh again and again, except this brand was in the shape of a hand. I touched his scars, as he had mine, lightly, fingers tracing them. I started to put my hand over one of the hand marks, then hesitated and warned him. I want to place my hand over one of the scars to see the size. He nodded. The hand was much bigger than mine, bigger than the mark on my own body. A man's hand, the fingers thicker than most of the she. Do you know the name of the one who did this?
Tamlin,
he said. He sounded embarrassed, and he should have. Tamlin was the John Smith of fairy aliases. Tamlin, along with Robin Goodfellow and a handful of others, were favorite false identities when true names were to be hidden. You must have been very young not to suspect something when he gave that name, I said.
He nodded. I was that.
May I check your aura? He smiled back at me over his shoulder. The movement wrinkled the skin on his back, making the scars form shapes.
Aura is a new age word. The Fae don't use it.
Personal power, then, I said, but I was staring at his back. I pushed the cloth of his shirt over his shoulders. Were you tied while this was done?
Yes. Why?
Can you put your hands in the position they were tied in? He took a breath, as if he'd ask why, but he finally just raised his hands above his head and moved into the door so that his body was flush against it. He raised his arms until they were held extended as far as they would go, slightly out from his body, until he formed a Y shape. The shirt had slipped back into place, and I had to raise it again. But when I did, I saw what I thought I'd find. The hand-shaped burns had formed a picture. It was the image of a dragon, or maybe more accurately, a worm, long and serpentine. It was vaguely oriental-looking because of the hand shape, but it was most definitely a dragon. But the burns only formed the picture if Jeremy was in exactly the same position as when he was tortured. When he lowered his arms, the skin separated, and it was just scars. You can lower your arms, I said. He did, turning so that he could look at me. He started tucking in his shirt. I don't think he even realized he was doing it.
You look grim. What did you see in the burns that no one else has seen?
Don't tuck your shirt in yet, Jeremy. I need to lay a warding on your back.
What did you see, Mary?
He stopped fussing with his shirt, but didn't untuck it for me. I shook my head. Jeremy had carried the scars for centuries and had never known that the she had played a little game upon his flesh. It showed such disdain for the victim, a callousness that was hard to wrap your mind around. Of course, it might be very practical. Cruelty with a purpose, as it were. The she, whoever it was, could have laid a spell on the burns. They might be able to call a dragon out of his flesh or shape-shift him into one. Probably not, but better safe than sorry. Let me ward your back, then I'll tell you on the way down to the van.
Do we have time?
He asked. Sure. Hold the shirt out of the way so the burns are bare. He looked like he didn't believe me, but when I turned him to face the door, he didn't argue. He held the silk shirt out of the way so I could work. I spilled power into my hands like holding warmth cupped between my palms. I slowly opened my hands, palms facing Jeremy's bare back. I placed my hands just above his skin. That trembling warmth caressed his back, and Jeremy shivered under its touch.
What runes are you using?
He asked, voice just a touch breathless. I'm not, I said. I spread that warm power across the scars, down his back. He started to turn. Don't move.
What do you mean you're not using runes? What else can you use?
I had to kneel to make sure the power covered every scar. When I was sure that everything had been covered, I sealed it, visualizing the power like a coating of glowing yellow light just above his skin. I sealed the edges of that glow so that it clung tight to his skin like a shield. Jeremy's breath came out in a shivering gasp. "What are you using, Mary?" "Magic," I said, and stood. "Can I let the shirt down?" "Yes." The gray silk slid into place, and the warding was so solid in my mind's eye that I felt like the cloth should bunch over the magic, but it didn't. The silk slid over his back as if I'd done nothing to it, but I never doubted that I'd done my job. He began to tuck the shirt in before he even turned to face me. "You used just your own personal magic for that?" "Yes." "Why not use runes? They help empower our magic." "Many runes are actually ancient symbols for long-forgotten deities or creatures. Who knows? I might be invoking the very she that injured you. I couldn't risk it." He slipped his jacket on, straightened his tie. "Now tell me what scared you about the scars on my back." I opened the apartment door. "While we go to the van." I went out into the hallway before he had time to argue. We'd used up too much time, but not to ward his back would have been too careless for words. We clattered down the stairs in our dress shoes. "What was it, Mary?" "A dragon. A worm, actually, since it didn't have legs." "You saw a vision in the scars?" He got to the outside door before me and held it open out of long habit. I drew the gun from behind my back, clicking the safety off. "I thought the host was miles away," Jeremy said. One lone she could hide from me. I held the gun down at my side so it wouldn't be immediately noticeable. "I won't be taken back, Jeremy, whatever it takes." I stepped into the soft California night before he could say anything. A lot of the Fae, especially the she, considered modern weapons cheating. There was no written rule against using guns, but it was still considered bad form unless you were a member of the Queen's or the Prince's elite guard. They got to carry guns if they were protecting the royal body from harm. Well, I was a royal body, a wee, disowned royal body, but still royal whether the rest of them liked it or not. I had no guard to protect me, so I'd do it myself, whatever that took. The night was never truly dark here. There were too many electric lights, too many people. I searched that gentle darkness for a lone figure. I searched with eyes and energy, casting outward in a straining circle as we hurried to the waiting van. There were people in the other houses. I could feel them moving, vibrating. A line of seagulls moved along one of the roofs, half asleep, moving in protest, aware of my magic sweeping over them. There was a party on the beach. I could feel the energy rising higher, excitement, fear, but the normal fear. Should I do it? Should I not? Is it safe? There was nothing else, unless you count the shivering energy of the sea that was constantly with you near the shore. It got to be like white noise, something ignored, like the crush of so many people, but it was always there. Rowan was somewhere in that huge rolling power. I hoped he was having a good time. I knew I wasn't. The sliding door of the van opened, and I got a glimpse of Uther crouched in the dimness. He held his hand out to me, and I gave him my left hand. His hand engulfed mine, pulling me into the van's interior. He slid the door closed behind me. Ringo looked back over the driver's seat at me. He barely fit in the driver's seat. All that muscle, those inhumanly long arms, that huge chest squeezed down into a seat made for humans. He smiled, revealing a mouth of some of the sharpest teeth I'd ever seen outside of a wolf. The face was slightly elongated to accommodate the teeth, which made the rest of his more human face seem out of proportion. The teeth flashed out of a solid brown of skin. Once upon a time, Ringo had been a fully human gang member. Then a group of visiting she from the Sealy Court had gotten lost in the wilds of deepest, darkest Los Angeles. A group of gang members had found them. Cultural interaction at its best. The she got the worst end of the fight. Who knows how it happened? Maybe they were too arrogant to fight a bunch of inner-city teenagers. Maybe the inner-city teenagers were just a hell of a lot more vicious than the visiting royals had expected. However it happened, they were losing. But one of the gang members got a bright idea. He switched sides on condition that he get his wish. The she agreed, and Ringo shot his fellow gang members to death. His wish was to be one of the Fae. The Sidhe had given their word to grant his wish. They couldn't go back on their word. To make a full human into a part Fae, you have to pour wild magic, pure power into them. And it is the human's will or desire that chooses the shape of that magic. Ringo had been in his early teens when it happened. He'd probably wanted to appear fierce, frightening, to be the toughest son of a bitch around, so the magic had given him his wish. By human standards, he was a monster. By Sidhe standards, ditto. By Fae standards, he was just one of the gang. I don't know why Ringo left the gangs. Maybe they turned on him. Maybe he got wise. By the time I met him, he'd been an upstanding citizen for years. He was married to his childhood sweetheart and had 3 kids. He specialized in bodyguard work and did a lot of celebrities that just wanted some exotic muscle to follow them around for a while. Easy work, no real danger, and he got to rub elbows with the stars. Not bad for a kid whose mother had been a 15-year-old junkie, father unknown. Ringo keeps a picture of his mom on his desk. She's 13, bright-eyed, well-groomed, pretty, with the world in front of her. By the next year, she was on drugs. She died at 17, overdose. There are no pictures of his mother after age 13 in his office or in his home. It's as if for Ringo, everything after that wasn't real, wasn't his mother. His oldest daughter, Amira, looks eerily like that smiling picture. I don't think she'd survive if he found her doing drugs. Ringo says that being on drugs is worse than dead. I think he believes it. Neither of them remarked on the gun as I slipped it back into the waistband of my pants. They'd probably been with Jeremy when he found the gun in the papers. Jeremy got in the passenger side seat. "Let's get to the airport," was all he said. Ringo put the car in gear, and away we went. Chapter 9. The back of the van was empty except for carpet and a modified seatbelt harness that Jeremy had had installed on one side, Uther's seat. I started to crawl into the middle row of seats, but Uther touched my arm. "Jeremy has suggested that if you sit with me, my aura may serve to overlap yours, thus confusing our pursuers." Each word was carefully enunciated, because the tusks may have looked like they came out of the skin over the mouth, out of the face. But in reality, the tusks were modified teeth, attached inside the mouth. It meant, if he were careless, he had a tendency to slur his speech. He'd worked with one of Hollywood's leading speech coaches to learn his Midwestern college professor voice. It did not match a face that was more pig than human, with a double set of tusks curling out of it. We'd had one client faint after he spoke to her for the first time. Always fun to shock the humans. I glanced up at Jeremy. He nodded. "I may be the better magician, but Uther's got that older-than-God energy whirling around him. I think it'll help them overlook you." It was a great idea, and a simple one. "Gee, Jeremy, I knew there was a reason you were the boss." He grinned at me, then turned to Ringo. "It's a straight shot up Sepulveda to the airport. At least we won't hit rush hour," Ringo said. I settled into the back of the van, next to Uther. The van came out on Sepulveda a little too fast, and Uther caught me before I had time to fall. His big arms pulled me against him, cradling me against a chest nearly as big as my entire body. Even with my shields firmly in place, he was like a large, warm, vibrating thing. I'd met other Fae who had no real magic to speak of, just the very barest of glamour, but they were so old and had been around so much magic all their lives that it was as if they'd absorbed the power into the very pores of their skin. Even the Sidhe wouldn't find me caught within Uther's arms. They'd sense him, not me. Probably. Initially. I relaxed against Uther's broad chest, the warm safety of his arms. I don't know what it was about him, but he always made me feel safe. It wasn't just the sheer physical size. It was Uther. He had a center of calm like a fire that you could huddle around in the dark. Jeremy turned in his seat as far as the seatbelt would allow, wrinkling his suit, which meant what he had to say was serious. "Why did you ward my back, Mary?" "What?" Uther said. Jeremy waved the question away. "I had an old Sidhe injury on my back. Mary put a ward on it. I want to know why." "You are persistent," I said. "Tell me." I sighed, cuddling Uther's arms around me like a blanket. It's possible that the she that injured you could call the dragon out of your back or force you to shapeshift into one. Jeremy's eyes widened. You can do that? I can't, but I'm not a full-blooded she. I've seen similar things done. Will the warding hold? I'd have liked to have simply said yes, but it was too close to a lie. It will hold for a while, but if the she that did the spell is here, he may be powerful enough to breach my magic, or he could simply keep hitting the ward with his own power until he wears the magic away. The chances of the same she being on this hunt are very slim, Jeremy, but I couldn't let you help me and not ward it. Just in case, he said. I nodded. Just in case. I was very young when this was done, Mary. I can protect myself now. You're a powerful magician, but you're not she. It makes that big a difference? He asked. It can. Jeremy fell silent and turned in his seat to help Ringo find the quickest way to the airport. Uther said, You are tense. I smiled up at him. And you're surprised? He smiled, that very human mouth under the curved bone of the tusks, the piggish snout. It was like part of his face was a mask, and underneath was just a man, a big one, but just a man. He ran thick fingers through my still wet hair. I take it Branwen's tears were still active when Jeremy went up. I'd have never taken time for a shower otherwise, and Uther knew that. So Jeremy told me. I sat up so that I wasn't soaking his shirt with my hair. Didn't mean to get you wet. Just forgot. Sorry. He pressed my head gently back to his chest with a hand as big as my head. I was not complaining, just remarking. I settled back against him, my cheek resting on his upper arm. Rowan left just after we arrived. Did he go for help? I explained about Rowan and his newfound skin. You didn't know you could heal him? Uther asked. No. Interesting, he said. Very interesting. I looked up at him. Do you know something I don't about what happened? He gazed down at me, small eyes almost lost in his face. I know that Rowan is a fool. That made me stare at him, searching his face, trying to read what lay behind those eyes. He's a Rowan, and I've given him back the ocean. It's his calling, his heart of hearts. You're not angry with him? I frowned, shrugging awkwardly in his arms. Rowan is what he is. I can't blame him for that. It would be like yelling at the rain for being wet. It just is. So it does not bother you at all? I shrugged again, and his arms settled around me, cradling me almost like a baby, so I could gaze up at him more comfortably. I'll admit to being disappointed, but not surprised. Very understanding. I might as well be understanding, Uther. I can't change things. I rubbed my cheek against the warmth of his arm and realized what part of Uther's charm was. He was so large, and I was so small, and it was like being a child again. That feeling that if someone could hold you in their arms completely, nothing could hurt you. It hadn't been true when I believed it as a very little girl, and it certainly wasn't true now. But it was still nice. Sometimes false comfort is better than no comfort at all. Damn, Jeremy said, raising his voice for our benefit. There's a wreck up ahead. Looks like Sepulveda is completely blocked off. I'll try to take side streets around it. I rolled my head back against Uther's arm to see Jeremy. Let me guess. Everyone else is trying to exit here too. Of course, he said. Settle in. It's going to take a while. I moved my head so I was looking up at Uther again. Heard any good jokes lately? He gave a small smile. No, but my legs are going to fall asleep if I must keep them tucked under like this for long. Sorry. I started to move away so he could adjust. No need to move. He put one arm under my thighs, kept the other arm behind my back, and picked me up. He held me like a baby, effortlessly, while he straightened his legs out in front of him. He settled me onto his lap, one arm behind my back, the other lying loosely across my legs and his. I laughed. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to be big. And I wonder what it would be like to be small. But you were a child once. You remember what that was like." He gazed into the distance.
"Childhood was a very long time ago for me. But yes, I do remember. But that is not the kind of small that I mean."
He looked down at me, and there was something in his eyes, something lonely, needy, something that pierced that calmness in him that I valued so much. "What's wrong, Uther?" My voice was soft. There was something very private about us being back there alone with no one in the middle seats. His hand rested lightly on my thigh, and I was finally able to read the look in his eyes. It wasn't a look I'd ever seen in Uther's face. I remembered his comment when I was getting fitted for the wire, how he'd wait in the other room because it had been so long since he'd seen a naked woman. The surprise must have shown on my face because he turned his face away from me.
"I'm sorry, Mary. If this is completely unwelcome, tell me so, and I will never mention it again."
I didn't know what to say, but I tried. "It's not that, Uther. I'm about to get on a plane and go goddess knows where. We may never see each other again," which was partially true. I mean, I was leaving town. I couldn't think of any way to finish this in this short drive without hurting his feelings or lying to him. I wanted to avoid both. He spoke without looking at me.
"I thought you were human with some fey blood in you. I would never have suggested this to someone who was raised human, but your reaction to Rowan's desertion is proof that you don't think like a human."
He turned almost shyly back to me. The look in his eyes was so open, so trusting. It wasn't that he thought I'd say yes. He didn't know, but he was trusting me not to react badly. It had just been yesterday that I'd first thought of how very alone Uther must be out here on the coast. How many times had I cuddled against him like this, thinking of him as some kind of big brother, a father substitute? Too many. It had been unfair, and he'd always been the perfect gentleman because he thought I was human. Now he knew the truth, and it had changed things. Even if I said no, and he took it well, I'd never be able to treat him this casually again. I'd never be able to cuddle in his big arms in innocence. That was gone. I mourned that. But there was no recovering it. All I could do now was try and keep Uther from getting hurt. The trouble was, I didn't know how to do that because I didn't have a clue what to say. My thinking had taken too long. He closed his eyes and moved his hand off my thigh.
"I'm sorry, Mary."
I reached up and touched his chin. "No, Uther, I'm flattered." He opened his eyes, looked at me, but the hurt was there, plain to see. He'd put his heart on his sleeve, and I'd put a knife through it. Damn it, I was about to get on a plane and never see these people again. I didn't want to leave him like this. He was too good a friend for that. I am part human, Uther. I can't... There was no delicate way to put it. I can't take the damage that a full-blooded fae could take.
"Damage?"
So much for being coy. You're too large for my body, Uther. If you were smaller, I could have sex with you for an afternoon, but I don't see us dating. You're my friend. He looked at me, gaze searching my face.
"You could truly sleep with me and not be repulsed?"
Repulsed? Uther, you have been too long among the humans. You are a jack-o'-irons, and you look exactly as you are supposed to look. There are others of your kind. You are not a freak. He shook his head.
"I am exiled, Mary. I can never go back to Fairy, and here among the humans, I am a freak."
It made my chest tight to hear him say that. Uther, don't let other people's eyes make you hate yourself.
"How can it not?"
he asked. I laid a hand over his chest, feeling the sure, thick beat of his heart. Inside is Uther, my friend, and I love you as a friend.
"I've been among humans long enough to know what the friend speech means," he said.
Again he turned away from me, his body growing stiff and uncomfortable, as if he couldn't bear for me to touch him. I got to my knees. I would have said I straddled his legs, but the best I could do was to put a knee on each thigh. I touched his face with my hands, exploring the slope of his forehead, the thick eyebrows. I had to lower my arms and come from underneath to trace his cheeks. I ran my thumb along his mouth, rubbing my hands along the smooth bone of the tusks. You are a handsome jack-o'-irons. The double tusk is highly prized, and that curve in the end, the Jacks consider it a sign of virility."
"How do you know that?"
His voice was soft, a whisper. "When I was a teenager, the Queen took a Jack named Yannick as her lover. She said, after she'd been with him, that no she could fill her as her Jack of Hearts could. In the end, she'd called him her Jack of Fools, and he'd fallen out of favor. He'd gotten away with his life, which was more than most of the Queen's non-she lovers managed. The humans usually ended up committing suicide." Uther stared at me. With me kneeling on his legs, we were almost eye to eye.
"What did you think of Yannick?"
he asked, voice low and lower, so that I had to lean in to hear him. "I thought he was a fool." I leaned in to kiss him and he turned away. I put a hand on either side of his face and brought him back to face me. But I thought that all the Queen's lovers were fools. I had to sit on Uther's lap, a leg to either side of his waist to get an angle to kiss him. The tusks got in the way for kissing, but if it would take that hurt from his eyes, it would be worth the effort. I kissed him as my friend. I kissed him because I didn't find him ugly. I'd grown up around Fae that made Uther look like a GQ cover boy by human standards. One thing the Unseelie teaches is the love of every form of Fae. There is beauty in all of us. Ugly is simply not a word you use at the Unseelie court. At the Seelie court, I was considered ugly. Not tall enough, not slender enough, and my hair was the blood auburn of the Unseelie court, not the more human red of the Seelie court. Among the Unseelie, I hadn't had many boyfriends either, not because they didn't find me attractive, but because I was mortal. A she that was mortal frightened them, I think. They treated it like a contagious disease. Only Griffin had been willing to try, and in the end, I hadn't been she enough for him either. I knew what it was to be forever the outsider, the freak. I put all that into the kiss, closing my eyes, cupping his chin in my hands. I kissed him hard enough to feel how the bones of his upper jaw widened before they curled upward. Uther kissed like he spoke, carefully, each movement like each syllable well thought out. His hands kneaded my lower back, and I could feel the amazing strength in them, the potential in his body to break me like some fragile doll. Only trust would take you to his bed and let you expect to come out the other side unharmed. But I did trust Uther, and I wanted him to believe in himself again.
"I hate to interrupt," Jeremy said, "but there's another wreck up ahead. There's a wreck at every side street we've tried."
I drew back from the kiss. "What did you say?"
"We're 2 wrecks for 2 side roads," Jeremy said. "Coincidence does not stretch so large," Uther said. He kissed me gently on the cheek and let me slide out of the embrace to sit beside him, still staying in the shadow of his energy. The hurt look in his eyes had vanished, leaving something more solid, more sure of itself behind. It had been worth a kiss. "They know I was at Rowan's apartment, but they don't know where I am now. They're trying to cut off all the escape routes." Jeremy nodded. "Why haven't you sensed them?" "She's been too busy," Ringo said.
"No," I said, "but as Uther's aura keeps them from spotting me, so his aura interferes with me sensing them."
"If you move away from him, you'll be able to sense them," Jeremy said.
"And they me," I said.
"What do you want me to do?"
Ringo asked. "We seem to be stuck in traffic. I don't think there's anything you can do," I said.
"They've blocked all the roads," Jeremy said. "They'll start searching among the cars now. Eventually they will find us. We need a plan."
"If Uther will move up with me, I'll look and see if my eyes can sense something that the rest of me can't."
"My pleasure,"
Uther said and smiled. We were both smiling as I crawled into the second row of seats. Uther hovered over the back of the seats, one big hand on my shoulder. There were cars parked on one side of the street and 2 lanes of traffic trailing from the streetlight. The reason we weren't moving was a 3-car pileup at the light. One car was upside down on the pavement. The second car had smashed into it, and a third into both, so the 3 cars formed a pile of twisted metal and broken glass. I could visualize how the second and third car smashed into the first. What I couldn't figure out was how that first car had gotten on its side, upside down in the middle of the road. No scenario that I could come up with would have flipped the car dead center into the middle of the road. flipped it so that it formed as large a barrier across the street as possible. I was betting that someone or some things had turned the car over and let the other cars hit it. They'd formed a dam of machines and bleeding people. As long as they could use glamour to hide themselves and not be blamed, they wouldn't give a damn about injured bystanders. My family, how I hate them sometimes. There were people gathering on the sidewalks, people getting out of their cars, standing in the open doors. There were 2 police cars parked in the middle of the intersection, stopping the traffic that was still trying to drive on the cross street. The lights on the police cars cut the night in splashes of colored light, competing with the signs and lighted windows of the businesses and clubs that were on either side of the street. I could hear the wail of an ambulance coming closer, probably what the police were clearing the traffic for. I searched the crowd with my eyes, and there was nothing unusual to see. I cast out with that other sense. I'd be limited with Uther's energy leaking all over me, but not completely helpless. I might be able to spot how close they were before I revealed myself. The air wavered 2 cars ahead of us, like a ripple of heat, except it wasn't heat, and you never got that effect after dark. Something large was moving between the cars, something that didn't want to be seen. I cast out farther and found 3 more ripples. 4 shapes moving out there, all bigger than a human. Closest one is only 2 cars up from us. "Can you see shapes?" Jeremy asked. "No, just ripples." "To be able to hold glamour in place when you're tipping over cars is more than most Fae can manage," Jeremy said. Apparently none of us believed the first car had gotten on its roof by itself. "Even most of the She couldn't do it, but some of them can." "So 4 larger than human, and at least 1 She close by," Uther said. "Yes." "What's the plan?" Ringo asked. A good question, that. Unfortunately, I didn't have a good answer. "We've got 4 policemen at the intersection. Are they going to be a help or a hindrance?" "If we could break their glamour, make them visible to the police, and they didn't know it right away," Jeremy said. "If they did something harmful in full sight of the police," I said. "Mary, my girl, I think you've grasped my plan." Ringo looked back at me. "I don't know much about She magic, but if Mary isn't a full-blooded one, is she powerful enough to break their glamour?" They all looked at me. "Well," Jeremy said. "We don't have to break the spell. All we have to do is overload it," I said. "We're listening," Jeremy said. The first car was turned over, but the rest just crashed. They're peering in the cars, looking for me but not touching anyone. If we get out and fight them, the She won't be able to keep them unseen. "I thought we wanted to avoid a direct fight if possible," Ringo said. The ripple was almost here. "If anyone's got a better idea, you've got about 60 seconds to share it. We're about to be searched." "Hide," Uther said. "What?" "Mary hides," he said. It was a good idea. I slipped behind the secondary seats, and Uther moved away from the wall just enough for me to worm behind him. I didn't think it would work, but it was better than nothing. We could fight later if they found me, but if I could hide... I pressed myself against the cool metal wall and Uther's warm back and tried not to think too hard. Some She can hear you thinking if you're agitated enough. I was completely hidden from sight. Even if they opened the big sliding door, which I didn't think they would risk, they wouldn't see me. But it wasn't really their eyes I was worried about. There are all types of Fae, and not all of them have a human's reliance on their vision. That wasn't even counting the She who was doing the glamour. If we were the only car with Fae occupants, the She would come to investigate before they left this area. He or she would have to see for themselves. I wanted badly to watch that wavering in the air peer in all the windows, but that would have defeated the purpose of hiding. So I crouched behind Uther and tried to be very still. I felt, something brush against the metal wall at my back. Something large was pressed against the metal. Then I heard it, a loud sniffing like of some gigantic hound. I had a heartbeat to think. It smells me. Then something smashed through the metal inches from me. I screamed, scrambling out from behind Uther before my mind had fully registered the fist, large as my head, stuck through the side of the van. A sound of shattering glass whirled me around. An arm big as a tree trunk and a chest wider than the car window was pressed through the driver's side window. Ringo beat at the arm, but it grabbed the front of his shirt and started pulling him through the broken window. The gun was in my hand, but there wasn't a clear shot. Jeremy moved across the seats, and I saw the flash of a blade in his hand. Metal screamed as giant fists pulled the side of the van apart until a huge, leering face peered into the hole. He looked past Uther like he wasn't there, yellow eyes on me.
"Princess," the ogre hissed. "We've been looking for you."
Uther smashed his fist into the huge face. Blood sprayed from the ogre's nose, and the face fell back from the hole. There were screams from outside, human screams. The glamour had collapsed under the violence. The ogres had simply appeared to the humans like magic. I heard a man's voice yelling, "Police! Stop where you are!" The police were coming. Yay. I put the gun back in my waistband. I didn't want to explain it. I turned back to the front seat. Ringo was still in the driver's seat. Jeremy was leaning over him, and there was blood on his hands. I moved through the middle seats to them. I started to ask if Ringo was hurt, but the moment I saw his chest, I didn't have to ask. The front of his shirt was soaked with blood. A piece of glass as wide as my hand stuck out of his chest. "Ringo," I said his name softly.
"Sorry," he said. "I'm not going to be much help to you."
He coughed, and I could see it hurt. I touched his face. "Don't talk." I could hear the police talking to the ogres, telling them things like, "Hands on top of your heads, on your knees, don't fucking move." Then I heard another man's voice, a smooth, masculine voice with just a touch of accent. I knew the voice. I scrambled to the big sliding door while Jeremy was still saying, "What? What is it?" "Sholto," I said. His face remained puzzled. The name meant nothing to him. I tried again. "Sholto, Lord of that which passes between, Lord of shadows, King of the Sluagh." It was the last title that widened his eyes and drove fear sharp in his face. "Oh my God," he said. Uther said, "Shadow Spawn is here?" I glanced at him. Never say that to his face. I could hear the voices through the broken window so very clearly. I felt like I was moving in slow motion. The door didn't want to open, or I'd grown clumsy with fear. That voice was saying, "Thank you so much, officers." "We'll wait for transport for the ogres," the policeman said. The door slid open, and I had a frozen moment to see everything. 3 of the ogres were on their knees on the sidewalk, hands clasped on their heads. 2 policemen had their guns out. 1 officer was on the sidewalk in front of the ogres, the other one separated from them by the line of parked cars. A tall figure, though only human tall, stood by the cars and that policeman. The figure was dressed in a gray leather trench coat, with his white hair trailing down the back of it. The last time I'd seen Sholto, he'd been wearing a gray cloak, but the effect was surprisingly similar as he turned, as if he felt me standing there. Even from yards away in the electric-kissed darkness, I could see that his eyes were 3 different shades of gold, metallic gold around the pupil, then amber, and last a circle the color of yellow autumn leaves. I was afraid of Sholto, always had been, but when I saw those eyes, I realized how homesick I was for the she, because for a second I was glad to see another person with a triple iris. Then the look in those familiar eyes sent a chill across my neck, and the moment of connectedness was gone. He turned, smiling back to the police. "I will attend the princess." He started walking toward the van, and they didn't stop him. I realized why as he moved closer. He had the Queen's emblem, a badge that her guard carried, hanging from his neck. It looked surprisingly like a police badge, and it had been well publicized that to use one of the emblems if you didn't deserve it came with a curse that not even a she would risk. I didn't know what he'd told them, but I could guess. He'd been sent to stop the attack on me. He'd see me safely home. Also very reasonable. Sholto moved toward me in a long-legged, graceful stride. He was handsome, not the heartbreaking beauty of some of the she, but striking. I knew that the humans watched him as he walked, because they could not help themselves. The gray coat blew back, and there was the faintest bulk around his middle. Sholto had the hair, the eyes, the skin, the face, the shoulders, everything. except that from just below his nipples to vanish into his pants was a nest of tentacles, things with mouths. His mother had been she, his father had not. Something touched my shoulder and I jerked, screaming. It was Jeremy. "Close the door, Uther." Uther slid the door shut, almost in Sholto's face. He leaned against it so that it couldn't be opened from the outside without some effort. "Run," Uther said. "Run," Jeremy said. I understood. Outside of a war, the Slua hunted one prey at a time, and I was it. Sholto wouldn't hurt them if I weren't here. I slipped out the jagged metal hole that the ogres had made on the other side, managing to worm through without cutting myself. I could hear Sholto knocking, oh so politely, on the van's big door. "Princess Meredith, I've come to take you home." I dropped low to the ground and used the parked cars to hide me as I made it to the sidewalk and the crowd that had gathered to watch the show. I threw another coating of glamour over me, hair a nondescript brown, skin darker, tanned. I moved through the crowd, changing my appearance a little at a time so that no one would point and draw attention to me. By the time I made it out the other side and started down the side street, the only thing that still looked the same was the clothes. I slipped the suit jacket off, took the gun in my hand, and rolled the jacket around my hand and arm. Sholto had seen an auburn-haired woman with pale skin in a navy jacket. Now I was a brown-haired woman with a tan and a green shirt. I walked calmly down the street, though there was a place between my shoulder blades that itched, as if he were staring a hole through me. I wanted to turn around and glance back, but I forced myself to keep walking. I made it to the corner without anyone yelling, "There she is." When I got to the corner, I stopped for a second. Dear Goddess, I wanted to look back over my shoulder. I fought the urge and stepped around the corner of the building. When I was safely out of sight, I let out a breath I hadn't known I was holding. I wasn't out of danger, not with Sholto on this coast, but it was a start. A noise came from overhead, a high, thin sound, almost too high to hear, but it pierced through the normal sounds of the city like an arrow through the heart. I scanned the night sky, but it was empty, except for the distant trail of an airplane glowing against the darkness. The sound came again, almost painfully high, like the sounds of bats. There was nothing there. I started walking backwards, slowly, still scanning the sky, when a movement caught my eye. I followed that flicker to the top of the nearest building. A line of black shapes huddled on the building's edge. They were like a line of ink-black hoods the size of small men. One of the hoods shook itself like a bird settling its feathers. The blackness raised its head to flash a pale, flat face. A slit of a mouth opened, and that high-pitched cry sounded. They could fly faster than I could run. I knew that, but I turned and ran anyway. I heard their wings unfurl with a sharp sound like thick, clean sheets snapping in the wind. I ran. Their high-pitched calls chased me into the night. I ran faster. Chapter 10. They came like a wind at my back, their sound melding into a rush of wind like a chasing storm. That's what humans would hear, wind, storm, or a flight of birds. If there'd been humans to hear anything, the street stretched deserted to the end of the block. 8 o'clock on a Saturday night in prime shop district, and there was no one. It almost seemed arranged, and maybe it was. If I could run out of the spell area, there would be people. The wind buffeted against my back, and I threw myself onto the sidewalk, rolling with the impact. I kept rolling over and over, getting dizzying glimpses of the night flyers spilling over me, less than a yard off the sidewalk like a run of airborne fish, moving too fast after their leader to change direction. I rolled into the nearest doorway, surrounded by a roof and glass on 3 sides. The flyers only took from above. They wouldn't come down on the ground for me. I lay there for a few heartbeats, listening to the thud of my own blood in my ears, when I realized I wasn't alone. I sat up, my back against the window display of books, trying to think of any excuse good enough to explain to a human what I'd just done. The man had his back to me. He was short, about my height, wearing a loud Hawaiian shirt and one of those soft-rimmed caps that come down over the eyes. Not something you see at night much. I pushed to my feet, using the glass of the window. Why was he wearing a hat to keep the sun out of his eyes at night?
"Some wind," he said.
I eased around the window, keeping the shop awning over me. I still had the gun in my hand. The jacket was loose, flapping like a matador's cape, but it still shielded the gun. The man turned, and the light from the shop fell upon his face. The skin was black, eyes like dark, shiny jewels. He grinned, flashing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth.
"Our master wants to speak with you, princess."
I felt movement behind me and turned my head to see, but I was afraid to turn completely around and give my back to the grinning figure. 3 figures emerged from the next shop. It was dark, no lights to hide from. The figures were taller than me, cloaked and hooded.
"We've been waiting for you, Cor,"
one of the cloaked figures said. It was a female voice. "Cor?" I made it a question.
"Slut,"
a second female voice. "Jealous?" I said. They rushed me, and I spilled the jacket to the ground, pointing the gun two-handed at them. Either they didn't know what a gun was, or they didn't care. I shot one of them. The figure collapsed in a pile of cloth. The 2 others huddled back, clawed hands extended as if to ward off a blow. I pressed my back to the window, spared a glance for the grinning man behind me, but he was standing in the doorway with his small hands clasped on top of his hat, as if he'd done it before. I kept the gun and most of my attention on the women, though that was a loose term for them. They were hags. I wasn't being mean. It was what they were, night hags. The one I'd shot struggled to sit, cradled in the second one's arms.
"You shot her."
"So happy you noticed," I said. The wounded one's hood had fallen back to reveal a huge beaked nose, small glittering eyes, skin the color of yellowed snow. Her hair was a dry, ragged mass, like black straw coming barely to her shoulders. She hissed as the second hag spread the cloak enough to see the wound. There was a bloody hole between her sagging breasts. She was nude, except for a heavy golden torque around her neck and a jeweled belt that rode low on her thin hips. I caught a glimpse of the dagger that hung from the belt and was tied to her thigh with a golden chain. She writhed, unable to get enough air to curse me. I'd hit her heart, and maybe a lung. It wouldn't kill her, but it hurt. The second hag raised her face into the light. Her skin was a dirty gray with huge pockmarks covering her face, tracing along the sharp nose like craters. Her lips were almost too thin to cover the mouth full of sharp, carnivorous teeth.
"I wonder if he'd still want you if you didn't have all that smooth white flesh."
The last hag was still standing, hooded, hidden. Her voice was better than theirs, more cultured somehow. "We could make you one of us, our sister." I sighted at the gray one's face. "The second someone starts a curse, I'll shoot her through the face."
"It won't kill me,"
Gray said. "No, but it won't help your looks either." She hissed at me like some great crooked cat.
"Bitch."
"Ditto," I said. It was the one still standing that I was worried about. She hadn't panicked or let anger get the better of her. She'd suggested using magic against me when she was still partially hidden by shadows and night. Smarter, more cautious, more dangerous. I had purposefully not used glamour to hide. I was standing in front of a lighted bookstore window with a gun in plain sight, obviously pointed at someone. The gunshot alone should have sent someone to the door or to call the police. I gave a quick flare of power, searching, and found the thick folds of the glamour. Heavy and well-made. I was good at glamour, but not this kind. Sholto had covered the entire street with it, like an invisible wall. The humans in the shops would just want to stay inside. No one would see or hear anything to alarm them. Their minds would explain the gunshot as some ordinary noise. If I screamed for help, it would be the wind. Short of throwing someone through the window and back of me into the shop itself, no one would see anything. I'd have been willing to throw any and all of them through the glass, but I didn't trust them up close. The hands that clasped at the wound had black claws like the talons of some great bird. The teeth that bared when she hissed were made for tearing flesh. I would never win a one-on-one battle. I needed them at bay, and the gun kept them there. But Sholto would come, and I needed to be gone before that happened. Once he arrived, I'd lose. Come to think of it, I wasn't doing too well now. They couldn't hurt me, but I was trapped. If I moved out from under the awning, the night flyers would get me or at least mob me. Then the hags and the grinning man could take me. I'd be disarmed, or worse, before Sholto showed up. I had no offensive magic. The gun wouldn't kill any of them, only hurt and slow them. I needed a better idea, and I couldn't think of anything. I tried talking. When in doubt, talk. You never know what the enemy might let slip. Nuri's the Grey, Segna the Gold, and Black Agnes, I presume?
Who are you, Stanley?
Nuri said. I had to smile. And they say you have no sense of humor.
Who are they? She asked.
The she, I said.
You are she?
Black Agnes said. If I were truly she, would I be here on the shores of the Western Sea hiding from my queen?
The fact that you and your aunt are enemies makes you suicidally foolish, but it doesn't make you 1 ounce less she.
Agnes stood so straight and tall, like a black pillar of cloth. No, but the brownie blood on my mother's side does. I think the queen would forgive the human taint, but she can't forget the other.
You're mortal, Segna said. That's the unforgivable sin for a she.
My hands were starting to cramp. My arms would start to tremble soon. I had to either shoot something or lower the gun. Even a two-handed stance isn't meant to be held indefinitely. There are other sins my aunt finds just as unforgivable, I said. A man's voice said, like having a nest of tentacles in the middle of all that perfect she-flesh. I turned the gun toward the voice, keeping my vision on the 3 hags. I was soon going to have so many targets in so many different directions that I'd never be able to shoot them all in time. At least the movement and the fresh rush of adrenaline had helped chase away the muscle fatigue. I was suddenly sure I could hold the shooting stance forever. Sholto was standing on the sidewalk, hands at his side. I think he was trying to appear harmless. He failed. The Queen said that to me once, that it was a shame that I had a nest of tentacles in the middle of one of the most perfect she-bodies she'd ever seen. Great. My aunt's a bitch. We all know that. What do you want, Sholto?
Give him his title,
Agnes said, that cultured voice holding an edge of anger. It never hurts to be polite, so I did what she asked. What do you want, Sholto, lord of that which passes between?
He is King Sholto.
Segna spat the words at me, almost literally. He's not my king, I said.
That could change,
Agnes said, the implied threat nicely subtle.
Enough, Sholto said. The Queen wants you dead, Meredith.
We've never been friends, Lord Sholto. Use my title. It was an insult for him to have omitted my title after I'd used his. It was also an insult to insist on it from someone who was king of another people. But Sholto had always complicated his life by trying to play lord of the she and king of the Sluagh. A look passed over the strong bones of his face. Anger, I think, though I didn't know him well enough to be sure.
The Queen wants you dead, Princess Meredith, daughter of Essus.
And she sent you to fetch me home for the execution. I figured that much out.
You couldn't be more wrong, Agnes said. Silence.
Sholto put the bite of command in that one word. The hags seemed to shrink in upon themselves, not bowing, but like they thought about it. The grinning man to my right stepped closer. I didn't take the gun off Sholto, but I said, "Take 2 big steps back or I shoot your king." I don't know what the man would have done because Sholto said,
"Gethin, do what she asks."
Gethin didn't argue, just stepped back, though I noticed out of the corner of my eyes that his hands were folded across his chest. He wasn't doing the hands on top of your head routine anymore. Fine, as long as he stayed out of immediate reach. They were all too close. If everyone rushed me at once, it was over. But Sholto didn't want me crowded. He wanted to talk. Fine with me.
"I don't want you dead, Princess Meredith," Sholto said.
I couldn't keep the suspicion off my face. You'd go up against the Queen and all her she to save me?
Much has happened in the last 3 years, Princess. The Queen relies more and more on the Slua for her threat. I do not think she would start a war over you being alive if you were safely out of her sight."
"I'm as out of her sight as I can get and still be on dry land," I said.
"Ah, but perhaps there are others at court that whisper in her ear and remind her of you."
"Who?" I asked. He smiled, and it made that handsome face almost pleasant.
"We have many things to discuss, Princess. I have a room in one of the better hotels. Shall we retire to it and discuss the future?"
Something about the way he worded that bothered me, but it was the best offer I was going to get tonight. I lowered the gun. "Swear by your honor and the darkness that eats all things that you mean all of what you just said."
"I swear, on my honor, and by the darkness that eats all things, that every word I have spoken on this street to you is the truth."
I clicked the safety on the gun and tucked it at the small of my back. I picked my jacket up off the ground, shook it out, and slipped it on. It was a little wrinkled, but it would do. "How far is your hotel?" The smile this time was wider. It made him less perfect, but more human, more real. "You should smile more often, Lord Sholto. It becomes you."
"I hope to have reason to smile more often in the near future."
He offered me his arm, even though he was yards away. I went to him because he'd sworn the Unseely's most solemn oath. He could not break it without risking a curse. I slipped my hand in the crook of his arm. He flexed under my hand. Sometimes a male is a male is a male, no matter what flavor they are. "Which hotel are you staying at?" I smiled at him. It never hurts to be pleasant. I could always be unpleasant later if I needed to be. He told me. It was a very nice hotel. "That's a little far to walk," I said.
"If you like, we can get a taxi."
I raised eyebrows at that, because once inside the metal of a car, he wouldn't be able to do major magic. Too much refined metal interfered with it. I could do major spells inside solid lead if I had to. My human blood was good for a few things. "Won't you be uncomfortable?" I asked.
"It's not that far, and it's our mutual comfort I've come to see to."
Again, I felt there were shades of meaning in his words that I was missing. A taxi would be lovely. Agnes called after us.
"What are we to do with Nerez?"
Sholto looked back at them and his face was cold again, that carved handsomeness that made him seem distant.
"Make your way back to your rooms any way you can. If Nerez had not tried to attack the princess, she wouldn't have been wounded." "But we have served you for more centuries than that piece of white flesh will ever see, and this is the treatment you give us,"
Agnes said.
"You get the treatment that you earn, Agnes. Remember that."
He turned, patting my hand on his arm, smiling at me, but his triple golden eyes still held the edge of that coldness. Gethin appeared at Sholto's side, floppy hat in his hands, a bow curving him toward the sidewalk. He had impossibly long ears, like those of a donkey.
"What would you have of me, master?" "Help them get Nerez to the rooms." "Happily."
Gethin flashed another toothy grin as he stood, ears flapping down to frame his face almost like a dog's or maybe a lop-eared rabbit's. He turned and almost skipped back towards the hags. "I feel like I'm missing something," I said. His hand wrapped over my hand, warm, strong fingers sliding over mine.
"I will explain all when we get to the hotel."
There was a look in his eyes that I'd seen in other men's, but it couldn't mean the same thing. Sholto was one of the Queen's Guard, which meant he couldn't sleep with any she except her. She didn't share her men, not with anyone. The punishment for breaking the taboo was death by torture. Even if Sholto was willing to risk that, I was not. My aunt might execute me, but she'd make it quick. If I broke her most strict taboo, she'd still kill me, but it would not be quick. I'd been tortured before. It was hard to avoid if you lived at the Unseelie court, but I'd never been tortured at the Queen's own hand. I had seen her handiwork, though. She was creative. Very, very creative. I'd promised myself years ago that I would never give her an excuse to be creative on me. I'm already under a death sentence, Sholto. I won't risk torture on top of it.
If I could keep you alive and safe, what would you risk?
Alive and safe? How? He just smiled, held his hand up and yelled,
"Taxi!"
3 of them appeared within minutes on the empty street. Sholto just meant to call a taxi. He had no idea how impressive it was in Los Angeles to be able to call 3 taxis within minutes to an empty street. He could also reanimate corpses that hadn't grown cold yet, and that was impressive. But I'd lived for 3 years in the city, and a taxi when you wanted it was more impressive than a walking corpse. After all, I'd seen walking corpses before. A convenient taxi was a completely new animal.